This is Mission Control Houston, the Guidance Nav and Control Officer here in the Flight Control Room, reporting that we've got a good alignment of the inertial measurement units on board the vehicle. That IMU alignment accomplished without a maneuver to align attitude, capitalizing on available stars of opportunity.
Houston.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Jim, we've reviewed the data twice on this smoke detection, and we see no change in the smoke concentration measurement during the time of the tone. We believe that that was a transient in the smoke detection circuitry. We would like for you to confirm that you did not reset with the sensor reset switch.
That's affirmative, I did not.
Okay, that sounds good to us, and I think that helps us to confirm that we believe that it is that transient. Also, we saw your align. The data looks good, and I'd like to remind you to take your star trackers back to track. And then I have a couple of notes for your pre-sleep configuration and supply water dump when you're ready to copy.
Okay, stand by. Ready to copy.
On your pre-sleep water dump, we'd like for you to dump tank Bravo to 20%. That should take about 48 minutes. You'll need to repress the tanks per message 73 alpha. And you might want to check and see if you need to do any free fluid disposal. You can use the IFM for that if you wind up with some extra water down there while the tanks are pressurized. After you do your pre-sleep fuel cell purge, the pre-sleep cryo config on panel R1, cryo O2 and H2, tank 1, heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 of them to off, and tank 3, heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 of them to auto, and manifold valve tank 2, 2 of them closed, talkbacks closed.
This is Mission.
The tank, dump tank Bravo to 20%. Bravo to 20%, and then we'll depress, and we may wait a little bit on that, but we won't forget it just till we've all finished taking showers. And after the fuel cell purge, we'll take tank 1 heaters to off, tank 3 heaters to auto, all 4 of them. And manifold 2 closed, talkback closed.
Yeah, that's a good readback, and we know you don't forget anything. We just worry a lot down here.
Well, I'm glad you did.
This is Mission Control Houston at 8 days, 4 hours, 21 minutes. As the crew is receiving some additional messages to help them in their pre-sleep configurations. Pilot Jim Weatherby confirmed for the ground for the first time that the crew did not have to manually reset the alarm system on the smoke detection and fire suppression system, which further confirms the theory that it was a transient failure somewhere in the smoke detection circuitry, somewhere between the one of 2 smoke detectors in the AV bay through the B circuitry to the indicators in the crew cabin. There must have been some sort of transient failure. Had the detector locked onto some sort of increase in concentration or rapid change in concentration, it would have tripped the system such that it would have required a manual reset, and that was not the case. So as we continue to press through the pre-sleep timeline, configuring the vehicle and the cabin for pre-sleep, evidence begins to mount in favor of the assumption that has developed here on the ground that we had a transient failure in the smoke detection circuitry, twice a real manifestation of any concentration of smoke in the aft bay.
Columbia, Houston, we'd like to borrow the payload bay cameras for a little while for MLE for the next few minutes, if you don't mind.
That sounds great.
You sound like it is, yes.
This is Mission Control Houston. This is downlink television from the black and white cameras of the payload bay aboard Columbia are looking earthward as Columbia crosses the terminator from light to dark, just off the eastern coast of the African continent. Very visible in atmosphere below, wide-scale lightning activity. This is good news to the mesoscale lightning experimenters here in Houston, but probably not so good to the folks who are living down there. We'll start to see the vertical stabilizer, which is just in the field of view from the bottom of the frame, begin to roll away from the Earth's limb that it's crossing right now, as the vehicle is being maneuvered by the crew aboard Columbia to a belly into the velocity vector attitude for the upcoming supply water dump. Columbia has been orbiting with its payload bay towards the Earth, nose north, for most of the day. And in order to protect the long-duration exposure facility in the payload bay from any potential water contamination during that water dump, they'll maneuver the vehicle such that the water, which is emitted from the port side nozzles of Columbia, will be ejected towards the Earth with LDEF in the trailing payload bay. We have just about 4 more minutes of signal here through the tracking and data relay satellite east before we lose the signal, and we'll be without voice and telemetry for about 8 minutes before acquiring again through the western satellite. But in the meantime, we'll be watching Mother Nature at work in the atmosphere below, much to the delight of our mesoscale lightning experimenters here on the ground.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yeah, just for planning purposes, I was wondering if you could tell us what the first IMAX opportunity is tomorrow morning, or what time it is.
Okay, we'll get that for you, and we're going to go LOS in just a few seconds here, and we'll be back with you again at 4:58, and we'll have that for you.
Thanks a lot.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're out of range of the tracking and data relay satellite west. We'll be acquiring signal in just about a minute again through the eastern satellite. All pretty quieted down here in the flight control room. We're just about an hour away from putting the crew of Columbia to bed. Just as we lost signal, Commander Brandon Stein and Pilot Weatherby were in the process of maneuvering Columbia to the water dump attitude. That is an attitude that'll protect the LDEF and the payload bay from any potential water contamination during the dump by dumping in a plane that will carry the water away from the payload bay. Specifically, the vehicle currently orbiting in such an attitude that its underside, its tiled belly, pointing in the direction of travel with its nose north. It reached that attitude by a very simple and slow roll from the payload bay to Earth attitude. And they'll be dumping supply water tank B down to 20%. Should take about 40 minutes. That maneuver in the beginning of the dump were planned for the beginning of a nighttime pass in order to preserve thermal conditions on the long duration exposure facility as we continue to thermally condition that for deorbit on Friday. We're now taking S-band telemetry through the tracking and data relay satellite west and are standing by for voice contact.
Columbia, Houston, back with you on the West Tidris.
I'm
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event will be a replay of some Earth views that were taken from the payload bay cameras of Columbia on the earlier orbit, just before we lost signal through the eastern satellite. That playback will be coming up here on NASA Select momentarily.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Okay, we're ready for our evening KU cable positioning. Are you?
Yeah, David, that would be fine right now. And also, if you have an FEA status, we'd like that when you can.
Okay, we'll go do the positioning and we'll get you the statuses in a few moments.
Okay, Dan, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time, 8 days, 5 hours, 27 minutes. We're now just about 30 minutes away from calling it a day, putting the crew of Columbia to bed. Crew continuing to march through their pre-sleep activities, configuring Columbia's cabin and systems for the sleep shift. The supply water dump still in progress. Plan is to dump tank quantity down to 20% on tank B. They're down at 31.5% quantity right now and continuing to dump. When that dump is completed, they'll maneuver back to their payload bay to Earth nose north attitude.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yes, the FEA sample is complete. Wex just started running. He was chasing some of the problems we had earlier. So we only have the CDR, Dan, on the sample. But I think it was a real good zone, probably one of the best we had. And I went ahead and shut it down just before we got to the limit switch. But I did have a question. I looked at the grid as I shut it down and realized that the data was static on it, and but this is the same signature we had before. The power and velocity was still okay, and there was no down arrow on it. So per your message 102 Bravo, I'm checking with you. I'm also in term 1 right now.
Okay, Bonnie, we copied that, and we'll get back with you. I also have the IMAX target for first thing tomorrow morning that Wixby had asked for when you're ready to copy.
Stand by. Okay, go ahead with that.
Okay, the IMAX target of opportunity for tomorrow morning, orbit 137. Time of closest approach is 8 days, 14 hours, 49 minutes, and 35 seconds. The site is the west coast of Australia, 17 degrees south, 122 degrees east. Priority is hotel. The lens is 40, and the method is oblique. One comment, shoot into the velocity vector.
Okay, I didn't catch all that. I'll read back what I have. Orbit 137, MET 8 days, 14 hours, 49 and 35. West Coast Australia, 17 degrees south, 122 degrees east. Tell me again after that, and until shoot in velocity vector.
Okay, just the priority was hotel. The lens is 40, and the method is oblique.
Okay, I copy. Priority, hotel, lens 40, oblique.
Okay, thanks. Columbia, Houston, we'd like for you to take the KU band antenna to command.
This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time 8 days, 5 hours, 45 minutes. Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves polling the room for any last-minute messages to the crew before we button them up and put them to bed. In the meantime, we're anticipating some live downlink television from the payload bay of Columbia as Columbia approaches the African coast and the crossing of the Terminator from daylight to darkness. We may have the opportunity to see some continuing lightning activity in the upper atmosphere below. Columbia continuing to orbit in the belly towards a velocity vector attitude as they wrap up the waste or the supply water dump. Once the dump has been completed, the crew will then maneuver Columbia back towards the Earth with its payload bay, nose north, and port wing along the velocity vector. That should bring us some optimum views with the payload bay cameras of upper atmosphere lightning activity as we cross the African continent. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event will be some live downlink television from the payload bay cameras aboard Columbia. Columbia just about to cross the South Pacific coast of South America on the descending node of orbit 131. Towards the end of this pass, as Columbia crosses the coast of Africa and as such into the dark side of the orbit, we hope to have a look at some wide-scale lightning activity in the upper atmosphere below. Again, we're anticipating this downlink television to begin about 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, or some 10-11 minutes from now.
Columbia, Houston for Bonnie.
Go ahead, Houston.
Now on the FEA, they'd like for you to try an FEA IO reset and then go ahead and complete term 1 and term 2.
Okay, per the checklist, the first thing I did was try an IO reset, and I did not refresh the display. I have term 1 in progress. I'm slewing the heater back to the 0 position.
Okay, Bonnie, we copy that the IO reset did not refresh the screen.
That's affirmative.
And Bonnie, the customer is asking for you to try the IO reset one more time.
Okay, I'll do that.
Houston, Columbia, we turned UHF off momentarily. We were having a loud squeal in it.
Okay, Dan, thanks. And when you're ready, I have the list of actions that still need to be completed before sleep if you want to go through those, and then we'll leave you alone.
Okay, have at it.
Okay, for your OHMS RCS heater reconfig, on A14, we'd like for you to take the left and right pod heaters to A auto and B off, and then repress the right ohms. I want you to remember to deselect IMU1 for sleep, just as a precaution. When you get an opportunity before going to sleep, we would appreciate an IMAX status, an L-cubed status, and AFE status. And I guess if Bonnie finds out anything else on FEA before she's done. I know Jim's going to remember to depress the water tanks, and when you check the lower equipment bay, we'd like to know if you find any water down there near the hum seps again. A quick note on your smoke detector problem earlier. If that reoccurs and you want to eliminate the false alarm, there's a circuit breaker that can be pulled. That circuit breaker is on O15, row Charlie, main Bravo, smoke detection, bay 1 Bravo /3 Alpha. And you can open that. It unpowers the smoke detector 3 Alpha, which was the problem one. It also unpowers smoke detector 1 Bravo. So you would lose redundancy in AV bay 1. if you choose to do this. We would rather that you not do that, but if it becomes a nuisance, you have a go to do it. But we would prefer to maintain that redundancy in Av Bay 1. We are also switching back to antenna electronics 2 for the night. We would like to have a shuttle particle monitor reading before you go to bed. On the lower body negative pressure, the countermeasures appeared effective based on the heart rate data that we got on Bonnie. So that's looking good. Many thanks from everybody on the great TV coverage that we had today. And we'll be taking the payload bay cameras for the night.
Okay, let me read all this back to you. On A14, you want left and right ohms heaters, A auto, B off. Repress to right ohms, deselect IMU number 1. And when Weatherby's done cleaning up after running, we'll depress the supply tanks. If we want to, which we probably won't unless it's really a nuisance, we'll pull that circuit breaker. And here come the reports. Jim, I can give you an AFE report if you're ready.
We're ready, David.
Okay, Bonnie and I both had AFE while we were doing the LBNP today. Dan and Jim and Marcia all got full AFE, including the tilt frame after that. Bonnie and I did not get a tilt frame.
Okay, we got a good copy on that, David.
Hey, Jim, I've got one other question before we go to bed. I guess we probably don't have to have an answer now, but we're going to need it in the morning, and that is for my ramp tomorrow in LBNP, we've got, you guys need to know that we had 2 data full messages on each of our automatic blood pressure monitoring devices. We're more than willing to go ahead and do that completely manually unless you have some kind of a workaround. From my understanding, that means that the data really is full on that and we cannot use those automatic cuffs.
Roger, David. We have a note that's going to come up in your morning mail, and basically what it says is that you'll record the data that's stored in the device on the camcorder, and then you'll clear it and be able to use it for your future runs.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll look forward to that note. Okay, the couple other things, and Wexby is still on the treadmill, so I'll have him fill you in on the shuttle particle monitoring and the L-cube as soon as he gets done. The PCG temps, REM temps are 5.5 and 21.8. And for IMAX today, we got, I think, a pretty good run across the Typhoon. We got the last run across the Namib Desert. And we got a pretty good run across the Andes. So I think we did a fairly good job there today. In addition to that, we got a variety of in-cabin scenes and took care of some of those. So.
Columbia, Houston, you are now officially the second longest shuttle mission to date. So congratulations. And we'll be signing off except for your final reports when Wixby gets around to it, if he can, later on. And we'll try not to bother you. Have a good sleep tonight, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, and I'd certainly like to thank everyone on the team for that swell birthday card I got today on tags. It'd be nice to be able to get a birthday card like that on every birthday, but I suppose that's a little bit high on the wishful thinking list.
Yeah, we agree. At least a couple of us here agree.
I'm getting a few nods up here also.
And we might have a little more traffic on FEA if we find out anything else on that before you get to sleep.
Okay, yeah, we'll probably be around a little while yet, and we'll talk to the other team in the morning then. Thanks again.
Okay, Dan, and one other thing I noticed on my list was the water status in the lower equipment bay. Does anyone have that, or is Jim going to give us that when he gets done running?
I'm sorry, I forgot. Slipped my mind. I checked it just before I got on the treadmill, and that was late this afternoon, and there was absolutely none. I don't think a drop came out all day today, so that's kind of baffling sometimes, but that's the way it is.
Okay, that sounds good. Makes us happy.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead.
So I checked all the cables, and then I did another IO reset. The display is now refreshing, but the heater position on the display doesn't match that in the furnace. I don't expect that to be a problem, but I don't know why we had a static display.
Okay, Bonnie, thank you. Columbia, Houston for Bonnie. Reference FEA. You're go ahead and complete term 2 on time. And if you have another static display, just press on.
Copy, thank you.
Columbia, Houston with some reconfiguration on R12 Lima when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Hey, Dan, that supply tank Bravo quantity transducer that's been erratic failed off-scale low. It's now back okay, but we're worried about it, so we would like for you to reconfigure on R12L. Take the supply water tank Charlie inlet and outlets closed, talkbacks closed. And then the crossover valve open, talkback open. This will allow us to use tank Delta to get the quantity readout for Bravo and Delta.
Okay, and we've just done that, so thanks for the call.
Okay, Dan, thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Wexby.
On the SPM, the numbers, again, were decimal 00 and decimal 008. And just as a note, occasionally when I move the SPM to a different location, we see spikes up to, on the mini-RAM of decimal 03, something like that, and then it usually stabilizes back down to decimal 00. Yeah, Cube, we had one good run today. We were weathered out on several occasions, but we did have one good one, and it looked pretty accurate.
And here comes the film test report to date. We have done film test 1 twice, test 2 3 times, test 3 twice, test 4 twice, test 5 once, shot one roll of IR in the 35, on my way through the first roll in the 70, focal plane shutter test 1 twice, test 2 twice, test 3 once. My plan for tomorrow is to do the focal plane test 4, film test 5, look at the long lenses, and then double back on stuff and do it again if I can.
Okay, thanks for the reports.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event is scheduled to be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. That briefing coming up on the hour at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. So again, our next TV event, a post-shift press briefing with off-going Flight Director Bill Reeves. This is Mission Control Houston. Admission elapsed time 8 days, 7 hours, and 5 minutes. The crew of Columbia into their sleep period as they cross the equator, begin the descending node of orbit 132. The planning team here in the flight control room has arrived and completed their handover from the orbit 2 team, and we'll spend the night preparing messages for the crew in the morning, tweaking the flight plan and the timeline for flight day 10, and putting the finishing touches on any procedure modifications that the crew may need when they get up in the morning. Columbia will be orbiting the Earth with its payload bay towards the Earth this evening, nose north. That attitude designed to maintain thermal conditioning on the long duration exposure facility before bringing it back to Earth. It's been a long day, long and active day. Pretty much saw flight controllers and crew right on the timeline throughout the day. There was a great deal of time spent with mission specialists G. David Lowe and Marcia Ivins and Bonnie Dunbar and the lower body negative pressure demonstrations. We had a chance to see some live television as Bonnie Dunbar continued FEA operations. We saw a good processing of sample 8. In fact, Dunbar had reported that she thought that was the best sample processing we'd seen yet on this flight. We saw David Lowe demonstrating the remote manipulator system, putting the robot arm through its paces and then conducting a end effector camera survey of the forward nose section of the vehicle, which proved uneventful, and overhead windows and forward portion of the vehicle looked to be in good shape. On the flight deck, Marcia Ivins and Commander Brandenstein and pilot Jim Weatherby put the cameras to the windows in support of IMAX targets of opportunity and a great deal of Earth observations photography. Towards the end of the afternoon, had a little bit of a distraction with a false smoke alarm that kicked on in the cabin and sustained for about 5 seconds before kicking off. Flight controllers here in Houston went right to the task of trying to locate any potential sources of a real smoke detection alarm, and were not able to find anything that looked out of the ordinary. All systems were performing nominally, all temperatures within limits, and after a checkout of the smoke and fire and smoke detection alarm system and a replay of the telemetry here on the ground several times, was finally determined that the problem was simply a transient in the electronics of the system, and nothing to pursue any further. Crew spent a couple hours configuring the cabin and orbiter systems for sleep, and dumped their supply water tank B out of plane to protect the LDEF in the trailing payload bay. Maneuvered back to their minus CLV attitude for sleep, which is where they'll remain for the rest of the night. We put the crew to bed about an hour ago. They're due to arise again in just about 7 hours from now. Columbia continuing to fly somewhat flawlessly, no major systems anomalies being tracked by the flight control team or managed by the crew on orbit. Columbia, a very clean vehicle, all systems working very well. Looking forward to a very nominal Flight Day 10. Flight Day 10 will look very much like Flight Day 9 with the addition of flight control systems checkouts in preparation for deorbit and landing on Friday, as well as final stowage, deactivation of all the secondary payloads and mid-deck experiments. Should be a quiet planning shift. Crew scheduled to be awakened about 9 o'clock this evening at 8 days, 7 hours, and 9 minutes into the flight of Columbia on shuttle mission STS-32. This is Mission Control.
This is Mission Control Houston. Planning team now on station here in the control center as the Orbit 2 team has completed handover to the planning team. Our next television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. That briefing has been slipped slightly. It's now going to begin at 2:15 p.m. Central Standard Time here at the Johnson Space Center in Building 2, Room 135. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. That briefing is upcoming momentarily. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. That briefing is scheduled for 2:15 p.m., upcoming in about 6 minutes. Following that briefing, we'll turn the satellite around to the NASA ground terminal to hopefully take some downlink television from Columbia as it begins Orbit 133 over Africa, and hopefully get some thunderstorm activity and lightning in support of the mesoscale lightning experiment. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 8 hours, 18 minutes. Columbia just coming over onto the western satellite and headed toward the terminator on the descending node of orbit 133. We're going to lose the satellite for a while for the Landsat folks, and we'll bring it back for some downlink TV over South America. And we will lose the satellite to the Landsat folks for the next 3 to 4 hours. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 8 hours, 46 minutes. The planning team has settled in for its evening's work of preparing messages and changes to the flight plan scheduled to be uplinked to the crew when they wake up to begin their Flight Day 10 activities. Crew wake up now, scheduled for 5 hours and 12 minutes away. Columbia is passing out over the South Pacific Ocean, headed in a northwest to southeast direction. Columbia is currently in a 179 by 175 nautical mile orbit. The weather forecast for landing day on Friday appears to be good at Edwards Air Force Base. The planning team will be given a weather briefing sometime during the evening, updating the latest weather forecast for the next several days around the CONUS, the continental United States. Reports from the crew just before they went to sleep indicated that the humidity separator A, the HumSep we've been using since about the second day of the flight when humidity separator B experienced some leakage, was that no leakage was reported during the day today from HumSep A, which is unusual, as the last several days just before crew sleep they've noticed a couple of cupfuls of water and have mopped that up. As a precaution, however, they will continue to keep their towel wrapped around the area where the leak would occur, and it would soak up any residual water that came out of that humidity separator. Earlier in the flight, a transient that ran across the IMU number 1, which is basically a spike of data, bad data, that the orbiter's computers throw out, has not recurred. IMU 1 has been running full force since that occurred, and that has not been seen by the ground navigation and control officer on his data since that time. However, as a precaution, the IMU 1 was deselected again for the crew sleep period, as it has for the last couple of nights. In the event that that did occur, it would not sound an alarm that would wake the crew. However, as per the norm for the last couple of mornings, when the crew wakes up, they will reselect IMU 1, put it back into the redundant set with the other 2 inertial measurement units, and use that for the morning IMU align. Also earlier today, one of the fire alarms in Avionics Bay 3 went off for about 5 seconds or so. It automatically shut itself off, which let the flight controllers know that that was a likely transient across that fire alarm, as it has an A and a B side, and only half of it went off. And that told the ground controllers that it was a likely transient across that. They did a retest of that unit, and it has worked fine, and no problems were seen there. And the circuit analysis of the system after that alarm went off showed that there were no smoke traces in the avionics bay. So the planning team will have an evening of pretty much routine work of preparing the messages and making changes to the flight plan as needed for the cruise flight day 10 activities, which will include some more lower body negative pressure experiment tests on the crew, another run with the remote manipulator system arm. Actually, that is a direct drive test on the arm, and they will also go through the flight control system checkout, which is routinely done the day before landing, which allows the crew to run the flight control surfaces through a checkout, making sure they're all in proper working condition for the trip back through the atmosphere as they are used to land the vehicle and control the vehicle once Columbia reaches the atmosphere. So we're now 5 hours, 6 minutes away from waking the crew on the descending node of orbit 133. We're at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 8 hours, 53 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. And our next television replay will be of Flight Day 9 activities, and that replay is scheduled for 4 p.m. Central Standard Time, or at mission elapsed time of 8 days, 9 hours, 25 minutes. And that replay will run for approximately 24 minutes. Again, that replay is upcoming in about 30 minutes from now. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be a replay of Flight Day 9 activities. That replay is upcoming in about 10 minutes at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time and will last for approximately 24 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. NASA Select transmission will be interrupted shortly so that the Landsat folks can have the satellite, and they'll have that until about 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And once we get back from that, we'll turn the satellite over to the NASA ground terminal at White Sands, and those folks will pull down some television from Orbiter Columbia's payload bay, hopefully to get some lightning in support of the mesoscale lightning experiment as Columbia passes over South America on the end of orbit 134 and the beginning of orbit 135. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 11 hours even. At approximately 8 days, 10 hours, 39 minutes, the Avionics Bay 3 A-side smoke detector alarm went off. That alarm is the exact same alarm that went off earlier this morning when the crew was awake, and it was deemed to be a transient across that alarm. The same exact event occurred just moments ago. It did wake the crew up. However, that alarm returned to normal. There's no cause for any problem with that alarm except that it's just a transient or a spike across that alarm. The crew was instructed yesterday, or in their wake cycle today, that if that alarm went off, that their choice would be to flip the circuit breaker and basically switch from the A alarm to the B alarm. However, the crew did wake up. We did notice activity here on the ground with the CRTs aboard Columbia. However, they made no call to the ground, just checked it out, and then returned to bed. So as of right now, that alarm has now gone back to normal, and there's no cause for reason to be concerned about any undue amounts of smoke in that avionics bay. Columbia now beginning the ascending node of orbit 135. We're at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 11 hours, 2 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. And this is Mission Control Houston. We will now turn the satellite back over to the Landsat folks so that they can accumulate some more data. And we will be back here at approximately 6:40 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 11 hours, 22 minutes. Here on the ground, we've just had an indication that one of the forward firing engines on the reaction control system commanded on. We're trying to get an indication of whether that was done by the computer or whether it handled that by itself. We're currently LOS and standing by. We may be having some contact with the crew once we acquire signal through the Western satellite.
Columbia, Houston, we hate to wake you up, but we want you to go manual discrete on the DAP. Columbia, Houston, we'd like you to go manual discrete on the DAP. Columbia, Houston, we see you turning on the primary jets, and we concur with that action to stop the rates. Columbia, Houston, we suspect that we had a corrupted state vector uplink, and we're uplinking a new one to correct it.
Roger, Houston, we copy.
Columbia, Houston, we have successfully uplinked a new state vector. In the meantime, and we're carefully taking a look at it, in the meantime, we'd like you to repress the right ohms.
Okay, Houston, that's what.
Roger that. Columbia, Houston, we'd like you to go to free drift and then back to manual discrete. And Columbia, Houston, that transition to free drift and back into manual discrete apparently cleared up our DAP errors. We believe we have a good state vector on board now. We'd like you to go back to auto and monitor it.
Logo.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 11 hours, 39 minutes. We, here in the control center, got an indication just a short while ago at about 13 minutes before the top of the hour. That's about 20 minutes ago, that one of the forward firing thruster engines on Columbia was commanded on for some reason as yet undetermined. That forward firing thruster caused the shuttle's attitude to change, and therefore that called for us to, as soon as we were able to get signal with the vehicle, we called up to the crew, had them go to manual rather than auto, and command the attitude of the orbiter back to its attitude for sleep. We are at this moment, the vehicle is maneuvering to its proper attitude, returning to its proper attitude, and flight controllers are evaluating the cause for that command on to the F5R vernier engine on the forward reaction control system.
Columbia, Houston, to summarize here, we have uplinked a state vector to you, and we think it's a good one. We see that you're in attitude, and the DAP is behaving normally. We do not intend to uplink anything else tonight, and we're sorry you had to be awakened by this. We'd like to have you go back to bed, and we'll talk to you more about it in the morning.
Okay, see you then.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 11 hours, 49 minutes. About 37 minutes ago, the ground controllers noticed that one of the forward-firing jets aboard Columbia commanded itself on. As yet, controllers are still looking into the reasons for that occurring. However, that caused Columbia's attitude to change, and at that particular moment, we were about LOS with the crew, meaning we could not contact the crew. We were in our loss of signal between the eastern satellite and the western satellite. However, when we acquired signal on the western satellite, we called up to the crew just to have them switch from auto DAP, which is digital autopilot, to manual, and the crew manually maneuvered Columbia back to its proper sleep attitude, which is payload bay to the Earth and nose north attitude. And Columbia is now back in attitude, and the Capcom, Don McMonagle, called up and apologized for the inconvenience, and the crew went back to sleep. While they continue their sleep cycle, flight controllers will look more closely at what occurred, trying to determine the actual cause of the vernier jet, the forward F5R, which is the forward reaction control system vernier engine. A new state vector was uplinked during the manual control by the crew, and that new state vector was reported by the flight dynamics officer to be good. The ground navigation and control officer also reported that the vehicle was back in attitude and was holding that attitude, and flight controllers felt comfortable to go ahead and allow the crew to go back to sleep. So as of this point, the vehicle is back in attitude. Everything is back to normal with the attitude of Columbia, and the crew was put back to bed. And we're now at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 11 hours, 52 minutes. We're a little more than 2 hours away from waking the crew to begin their Flight Day 10 activities. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. We will now turn the satellite back over to the Landsat folks to continue their data dump, and we will, if anything else were to occur, we would certainly bring the satellite back here. As of now, everything is back to normal aboard Columbia, and Landsat is scheduled to have the satellite until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 12 hours, 52 minutes. We're about 37 seconds away from losing signal with Columbia through the eastern satellite. About 5:45 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening, flight controllers noticed one of the forward vernier engines on the right-hand side, reaction control system engine that controls the orbiter's attitude, began firing. It had commanded on and began firing while the crew was asleep. Flight controllers noticed that the Columbia's attitude was changing about 1 degree per second. And at about the time that this occurred, we lost signal with the vehicle through the eastern satellite, and were unable to call the crew until we got acquisition of signal on the western satellite. When we did, we called the crew and notified them to switch to manual from auto and command the orbiter's attitude. They did that, and the orbiter's attitude went back to normal, which was payload bay to the Earth, nose north attitude, and went back to auto on the thrusters, and everything has worked fine since. The crew was put back to bed, and we're now about an hour and 12 minutes away from waking the crew. during the period of time when the crew was in manual control of the attitude of Columbia, a new state vector was uplinked, and flight controllers monitored that for a number of minutes to make sure that that was good and that Columbia maintained its attitude, which it did. The crew was notified by Capcom Don McMonigal that everything looked fine and they could go back to bed, and we were sorry for waking them, and we would see them in the morning. So that's where everything has been. Flight controllers are gathering the data from the incident and trying to understand, beginning to try to put everything together to understand what exactly happened, and get all that in a row to basically figure out what caused that command on of the F5R thruster, which is the forward right-hand vernier engine on the reaction control system. At this particular time, we don't have a handle on how long that vernier engine fired. All that data will be gathered during the next shift. Again, in summary, a forward-firing thruster engine commanded on about 5:45 p.m. this evening, and caused Columbia's attitude to change. The crew was awakened and switched to manual command, moved the orbiter back to its correct attitude for sleep shift, and then went back to sleep, put the DAP, or the digital autopilot, back in auto, and everything has gone along smoothly since then. At a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 12 hours, 56 minutes, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going planning team flight director Bob Castle. That briefing is currently scheduled for 9:30 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening in Building 2, Room 135, here at the Johnson Space Center. Again, a change of shift briefing with off-going planning team flight director Bob Castle will occur at 9:30 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening in Building 2, Room 135, here at the Johnson Space Center. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 13 hours, 56 minutes. Columbia just crossing the equator to begin orbit 137. We're now about 4 minutes away from waking the crew to begin their Flight Day 10 activities. Earlier this evening, about 5:45 p.m. Central Standard Time, flight controllers noticed the forward reaction control system's right-hand vernier thruster commanded on, which caused Columbia's attitude to change at a rate of about 1 degree per second. Shortly after this began, Columbia passed out of range of the tracking and data relay satellite, and once we acquired signal on the western satellite, Capcom Don McMonigal instructed the crew to switch from the digital autopilot to manual, and the crew maneuvered Columbia back to its proper attitude. Concurrent with that, controllers here in the control center sent up a new state vector, and after monitoring the situation for a few moments, told the crew that the autopilot could be put back in auto, and they were back in attitude and gave the crew the okay to go back to sleep. Flight controllers here on the ground are continuing to evaluate what may have caused the inadvertent firing of that thruster at this time. Now about 2 minutes and 15 seconds away from waking the crew. Our next television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going planning team flight director Bob Castle. That briefing is scheduled for approximately 9:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. That briefing could change earlier or a little later At this time, it's going to remain approximately 9:30 p.m. That will occur in Building 2, Room 135, here at the Johnson Space Center. And again, that briefing is upcoming at approximately 9:30 p.m. with off-going planning team flight director Bob Castle. We're now about 1 minute, 10 seconds away from waking the crew. This is Mission Control.
Good morning, Columbia. After what must have been a restful or restless night.
And good morning, Houston, and go Generals. That sounds like the most famous fight song in the United States.
We kind of thought you'd say that.
Second most famous.
And we kind of thought you'd say that.
It's also a good day. We had a 10-day mission with all the schools David's been to.
Just makes him highly qualified. And Columbia, you do not have your messages on board yet. We've waited for Tidris East to start uplinking using the KU to the tags. So we've got a couple actions for you just after wake up when you're ready to copy.
Okay, just a second. Let's collect the pencil. We're ready.
Okay, Columbia, we do not need an IMU align right away this morning, so you can delete that from the flight plan we're sending you up. Our first order of business at your leisure will be to perform a DPS MAL SSR-2 GPC software initiated memory dump. That's on page 5-97 of the MALF book. We'd like to dump GPC-1 and then GPC-4. The rest of the activities are not time critical. We've probably got 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay, SSR number 2 for a DPS software dump of GPCs 1 and 4.
That's a good copy, Dan.
If that's all your messages, we'll get with it.
Well, Dan, just one more comment. We do not want you to do the fuel cell purge until you've done the cryo config, and that'll be in the messages we're uplinking to you.
Okay. We'll give you SSR-2 quickly then.
We copy that.
Hey, Houston, here comes GPC-1.
And we copy Columbia. We're picking it up.
And Houston, it looked like a good dump to you. We'll go on to GPC-4.
And Columbia, we see a good dump on GPC-1, and we're ready for GPC-4.
In work. And here we go, Houston with GPC-4.
And we copy Columbia, and we're ready for GPC-4.
dumps, and we're starting to get messages. And the first page of the flight plan, if you could resend that, we only got about half of it.
Okay, we copy that, and we're resending that page. Columbia, Houston, we received the dump on GPC-4, but we believe we took a couple of data dropouts. We're evaluating the data now. If we want it again, we'll probably wait till we get to Teeters West, since we're expecting some poor comm here in about the next 4 minutes.
Okay.
And Columbia, Houston, if you got a minute, we'd like to give you some words about what transpired last night going out of attitude.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, Dan. We believe that we got you a bad state vector on board, and our preliminary indication is that the DAP performed with that state vector as we would have expected. Our plan is to be extremely careful with uplinks for the near future, and to continue to evaluate to confirm that that's what we had. I'd like to give you also a summary of the morning activities, since you don't have all your mail yet. The first payload activity is an FEA sample removal, but that's not till 1600. And in your post-sleep activities, which should be coming up shortly, you've got a water dump that doesn't start until 1525. If you'd like, I can read you the rest of the post-sleep activities so you can get started on those.
No, I think we get with it. What we do have on that first page of the flight page, we got the first two columns, but not the next two columns. So I think that's usually where most of the action is. We got the DSO 476, the maneuver Star Tracker, and I don't know if you want us to do that, or do you just want the line totally deleted for this morning?
And Dan, we can delete that entire maneuver in the Star Tracker align.
Okay, that's right. I was just curious if you just wanted to delete it for a while or for good. And we can maneuver the dump attitude, and if you give us what you want us to dump to, we can probably get. Oh, that's a time critical thing, so we'll do that on time, and I think that's enough to keep us going until you get the rest of it up.
Okay, Dan, the supply water dump plan is to dump tanks Bravo and Delta together for a total of 45 minutes. That'll be a timed dump using message 73.
Okay, we copy, we'll do that. And we'll start it.
Okay, Dan, and if you'd like, I've got the rest of the post-sleep actions we can get out of the way if you want to copy those.
Okay, go ahead.
The cryo config on panel R1, I'd like to take cryo O2 and H2, tank 1 heaters Alpha and Bravo. Be 4 switches to auto. Tank 3 heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 switches to off. And manifold valve tank 2, 2 switches to open, talk back open.
Okay, that's all done.
Dan, on panel L1, we'd like to take the topper evap heater duct to Alpha.
That's done, and if you're just reading through message 111 Bravo, we got that, and we can go do that.
Okay, you've got it, and we'll be quiet.
I have to be quiet, but it's we have that message, so we can just go by the numbers.
Okay, we copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now about 4 minutes away from losing signal through the eastern satellite. Following the crew wake up this morning to the fight song of Washington and Lee University for Mission Specialist David Lowe. Crew was given a instruction to dump general purpose computer number 1 and number 4 to the ground, all the data inside those computers so that controllers could take a good look at the data from those computers and evaluate it in relation to the incident this evening. With the vernier engine on the forward reaction control system that commanded on earlier in the sleep shift. The crew was awakened when that occurred and manually corrected the orbiter's attitude and then went back to sleep.
And Houston, if you're ready, we'll do the KU cable positioning.
And Dan, we'd like you to stand by 1 on that, please. And Dan, we are 2 minutes to LOS on Tidris East. We'll pick you up on the west side at 1440. Once we go LOS, you're go for the KU band.
Okay, fine. We'll see you there.
It's Mission Control, Houston.
Houston, we're back with you on Tidris West.
Okay, we got you loud and clear.
Okay, Columbia, we'd also like to give you an update. You have your IMAX opportunities on board. The first IMAX opportunity is no-go for weather, but the second opportunity should be a go for weather, and that time on that opportunity is 14:51.
Okay, 14:51 for the second opportunity.
Good copy. And Columbia, I'd like to give you an update on what messages we have yet to send you.
Ready to copy.
Raj, message 118 is a PAO press release. We think you ought to take a look at that. We also have news from home coming on board. We have a IV fluid infusion test, an optional test. ComCheck protocol for the press conference today. And a second copy of the flight plan revision should be coming shortly also.
Okay, sounds good.
And it appears that the GPC-4 software-initiated memory dump dropouts were bad enough that we would like you to do that dump over again.
Sounds good, we'll do that.
This is Mission Control, Houston, 8 days, 14 hours, 44 minutes into the flight of Columbia. Our next television event is a change of shift press conference with off-going Flight Director Bob Castle. Planning Team Flight Director Castle will meet with the media at 9:45 p.m. Central Standard Time in a briefing originating from Building 2, Room 135 at the Johnson Space Center. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, we are sending up a new state vector. This state vector should take out the tracking dispersions from what occurred last night.
Okay, thank you.
Mission Control, Houston, that new state vector has been sent aloft, and it was received in good shape, and all the indications back from Columbia was it was a good vector aboard.
And Columbia, Houston, your planning shift is formally handing over to the Orbit 1 shift, and you'll be talking to Bakes for a while.
Okay, thanks.
Have another good day.
This is Mission Control, Houston, at 8 days, 15 hours into the flight of Columbia. That was Capcom Don McMonigal, formally handing over to oncoming Orbit 1 team Capcom Mike Baker. The entry flight director, Lee Briscoe, is running this shift, as is the nominal way we do things the day before entry. And our next event on NASA Select, a change of shift press conference with off-going flight director Bob Castle. We expect that to begin shortly in about 5 minutes at 9:45 p.m. Central, originating from Building 2, Room 135 at the Johnson Space Center. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, I have some words for you on your GPC-4 software dump.
Okay, we're just getting around to that. Go ahead.
Wexby, we don't need to do that anymore. We were able to pull off a good dump from the ops recorder, so there's no longer a need to do that.
Great, thanks.
The dump Capcom Baker is referring to, we've been...
Houston, on the morning village report, we got a little bit of water down there, and we'll use the free water disposal when we get ready to do the dump.
All right, we copy that, Dan. Thanks. And could you estimate how much water was there?
I'd guess on the order of 1-2 cups.
Okay, thanks.
1 or 2 cups.
Copy.
Houston, Columbia with an LBNP question.
Say again, Columbia.
Yeah, I've got an LBNP question for you. I've been reading message 113, which is dumping the automatic blood pressure cuff into the camcorder. Haven't begun that yet, but what I'd like to ask is if you guys have any kind of an idea as to how long, once we start dumping onto the camcorder, how long it will take, how many measurements there actually might be on when the data buffer is full.
Okay, Dave, we copy, and we'll look in that and get back to you. Look into it and get back to you.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead.
On your free water disposal, I just want a reminder that you need to close the waste dump ISO prior to using the wand before connecting it up.
Okay, thank you. We'll do that. Yeah, we'll be using the IFM checklist for that fix.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 days and 15 hours into the flight of Columbia. The vehicle now has just passed over the equator, now approaching Central America on orbit 138 of the Earth. The vehicle has maneuvered to an attitude to perform a water dump, which is a common housekeeping feature we've been using just about every morning for the last couple of days. A new state vector has been loaded aboard the orbiter. That went up at 8 days, 14 hours, 50 minutes. All looks well with that, and we're pressing on into the morning timeline. Dave Lowe is in the midst of getting ready for his ramp on the lower body negative pressure. We'll also be doing a survey of the starboard ohms pod and starboard vertical stabilizer. It's called Survey M, and that'll be done with the remote manipulator system. We've been doing that just about every morning this mission to give some of the crew members some time flying the arm. Otherwise, pretty quiet. We're pressing ahead on the timeline as advertised. And at 8 days, 15 hours into the flight, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, for David on APB.
Go ahead, Houston.
David, we think we have about 250 measurements that we need to get off there, and we expect the procedure to take, the entire procedure to take about 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. We'll put it in work.
Roger. Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead.
We're on teeter seats now. We've got the KU out of blockage, so we're going to send you the last 5 messages. Also, I've got a couple of notes for you if you've got somebody that's ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
I'd like you to go ahead and reselect IMU 1. And when you get a chance, for planning purposes, we'd like to find an update or need an update on the amount of exterior film that's remaining for IMAX. And also on orbit 140, we've got an MLE opportunity. There's some thunderstorms developing in Arkansas. latitude 34 north, longitude 92 west. I'd like to use camera B or Bravo for this pass, and camera on MET, 8 days, 18 hours, and 50 minutes. Excuse me, 42 minutes, camera off at 8 days, 18 hours, and 50 minutes. Pass will go from west of Houston to east of Atlanta. And on that pass, we'd like to have the horizon, the field of view, and the camera at a wide angle position. And manual mode, adjust iris if the blooming occurs. And that's the only messages we got at this time.
Okay, we'll reselect IMU1. And we have one exterior roll of IMAX remaining, one interior roll remaining. Orbit 140 MLE, Arkansas, camera Bravo on at 8 days, 1842, off at 50. And you want the horizon and the field of view. We use a wide field of view, and we'll adjust the iris if blooming occurs.
That's good readback. Thanks, Wexby. Columbia, Houston on IMAX.
Go ahead.
So I want to let you know that the three targets that you have on orbits 138 and 139 are currently no-go due to weather.
We copy that. We'll get them again another time.
Roger. Columbia, Houston, want to let you know that all your morning message traffic should be on board now.
Okay, thanks a lot. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia. Columbia, Houston, Wexby, go ahead.
Yeah, we're doing the IFM hookup for free fluid waste disposal, including the messages for change in the limits. And when Dan first attempted to start sucking the water out, the nozzle temperatures started decreasing, making it look like it was working. He said he didn't think it was working. He wasn't getting much suction out of it. And after a couple of minutes or so, the nozzle temperature started climbing again, and he is not getting any suction anymore.
Okay.
We have terminated it for now, and it looks like we're getting ready to maneuver back anyway after the supply dump is complete.
Okay, we copy that, Wexby, and we'll take a look at it and get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, the remaining water that is in there, we're going to clean up with a towel.
Okay. Columbia, Houston, for Wexby on that free fluid disposal.
Go ahead.
We'd like to go ahead and complete that free fluid disposal procedure in the IFM checklist so that we can get back in the proper config.
Yeah, and then as soon as he's done with that, I'm going to reset the limits.
Okay.
And Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Wexby.
Just one additional note, when the nozzle temperatures got above 250, they started dropping again without us turning the heaters off or disabling them, and went down to about, 245, something like that, and then started climbing again, which is a little bit out of the ordinary. We have not touched the heaters yet, but we're about ready to reconfigure.
Okay, we copy that, Wexby. We're going to look at that signature and see what we can come up with. We got about a minute to LOS on the teeters. We'll pick you up on the west satellite at 1617.
We'll see you there.
Columbia, Houston, we'd like you to go ahead and cycle those heaters to keep the temperature between 300 and 200. And we'll talk to you AOS at 1617 on further words.
Okay, they copy.
Columbia Houston with you through Teeters West.
Loud and clear.
Columbia Houston on your wastewater nozzle heater.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'd like to go ahead and leave that heater off at this time. We want to do some analysis, and we'll get back to you, so you can ignore keeping it between 200 and 300.
Roger, I'll go reset the limits then.
Columbia Houston on your free fluid disposal.
Stand by.
Go ahead.
And Wexby, we just wanted to get you to verify that you made sure there was no lint or anything in the screen and the wand that you were using, because we're kind of stuck down here with our analysis.
That's affirmative. We looked at the end of the wand and we disconnected the QDs, and we can see in the plastic tube that there are some bubbles that are not moving, so there is no flow going through it, but that's about all we know.
Okay, copy. Thanks a lot. Columbia Houston, I got a few words on your APU steam vent heater activation. It occurs about 1645.
Go ahead.
I just want to let you know that when you switch to the B controller that you can expect Spec 86 APU hydraulic water boiler messages. That's because the difference between the software and the hardware configuration you got.
Okay, I copy that, and we're about ready to depress the supply tank.
Roger, copy. Columbia Houston, Wexby would like you to hold off on that depress for a second. We want to try something else. Stand by.
Okay.
Columbia Houston, you can go ahead and press on you with depressing the tanks.
Should work.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We're ready to start the RMS activities if you are.
Roger, we're ready. Go ahead.
It's Mission Control Houston. That was Marcia Ivins reporting she's ready to uncradle the arm and set it in motion to begin the RMS survey. This is called Survey M, and that's a pre-selected series of points to which the arm will be driven, the ultimate effect of which will be to allow us to do a view of the starboard ohms pod and vertical stabilizer. And all of this has been done just about every morning since the LDEF berthing on this flight to give the other mission specialists, in addition to Bonnie Dunbar, some time on the arm. The thinking being that there's nothing like the real thing, and the smarter you can make your folks in flight, the better pool of talent and insight you have here on the ground and planning for other missions. So that's what's about to begin now, is Marcia Ivins' turn at the arm for what's known as PDRS Survey M. This is Mission Control Houston. We're now looking at a real-time data-driven display from here in the control center of the arm in motion aboard Columbia for this morning's survey. This survey, again, is intended to give mission specialist Marcia Ivins some time flying the arm. Ultimately, as it's put through its paces, it will be doing a survey of the starboard ohms pod and the starboard side of the vertical stabilizer.
This is Columbia. We're ready to start the FCS checkout if you are.
Roger, stand by, Dan. Columbia Houston, Dan, you have a go to start the FCS checkout. We'd like to use APU 1.
Okay, FCS checkout on APU 1. Here we go.
Yes, sir. Good copy.
Mission Control Houston, we see, of course, the arm in motion now, preparing for the survey M, it's called. Also aboard Columbia, the flight control system checkout, a normal day before entry procedure, is about to begin. The crew will be selecting auxiliary power unit number 1 and running that for a time.
Houston, Columbia, ready to start APU 1.
Stand by, Columbia.
Standing by.
All right, Rexby, have a go to start APU 1.
Good work.
Mission Control Houston, we're now acquiring data through the Eastern TDRS satellite, and pilot Jim Weatherby is shortly going to start up APU number 1 as the first part of the flight control system checkout. It's Mission Control. The MAX officer, the mechanical systems honcho here in the control center, says APU 1 is up and running and looking good.
Columbia Houston, I have a switch throw on ML31 Charlie when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead, Houston.
I take the wastewater dump valve enable/nozzle heater to on, please. We're still trying to analyze what's causing our blockage.
Okay, that's complete.
Thank you.
Houston, Columbia, we're ready for APU shutdown.
Roger, Columbia, we're ready for APU shutdown.
Good work.
It's Mission Control Houston, all looked good on APU number 1 as it came up to support the first stage of the flight control system checkout this morning. The MAX officer reports a total runtime on that APU of 6 minutes 25 seconds. Meanwhile, the arm is also cranked out and going through the steps of the survey M, which allows a starboard side view of the OMS pod and the vertical stabilizer.
Columbia Houston for Dan.
Go ahead.
And Dan, just want to let you know, our analysis hasn't shown us anything about our dump nozzle, but we'd like to go ahead and check to see if there's any ice out there by performing the supply wastewater dump nozzle survey. We look like it's a pretty convenient time since we're almost done with the RMS DTO. We'd like Bonnie to go ahead and perform that when she's completed the DTO. And that procedure is the supply wastewater dump nozzle survey and the PDR checklist on page 6-39.
And we're setting up to take downlink TV.
Okay, we'll do that.
And we're setting up to take downlink TV of that.
Okay, we'll have it ready for you.
It's Mission Control Houston, an interesting morning here as several things happening concurrently. As the arm has been driven out for its survey of the OMS pod, something that we had planned to do pre-flight just to give everybody time on the system and also to do a couple of DTOs. We've also been working with a problem that was reported by pilot Jim Weatherby a bit ago, which is that during their morning check of the bilges around the humidity separators, where of course they've been keeping a trickle of water under control for a lot of this flight. They've noticed that the what is called the free water collection wand has not been adequately slurping up the water and flowing it out through some valves, where ultimately it is dumped overboard through the the wastewater dump nozzles. We're not exactly sure from the analysis that's been done thus far where that line is clogged up. Of course, in space, when you're dumping water overboard, if the heaters on those nozzles that are exposed to vacuum, if those heaters don't heat the nozzles up to a high enough temperature, you always have the possibility that as the water flows out of the nozzle, it of course instantly freezes, and you could, as we found on an earlier shuttle mission, 41B, you could get an ice crystal buildup outside there. We're not convinced at all that that's the case, but since the arm is already unlimbered, since there is already a developed procedure that allows us to take a look at that part of the ship, we figured why not spend the 15 minutes and take a look at it and see if that lends any insight. So they've asked Dan Brandenstein to have Bonnie Dunbar do that survey. They'll finish doing survey M. They'll do a direct drive detailed test objective on the arm, and then they'll go off and do the nozzle survey to see if that helps us understand the plumbing flow of the vacuum cleaner that is slurping water in dribs and drabs out of the bilge of Columbia. Also underway is the flight control system checkout. We've just completed stage one of that, which is to fire up one of the auxiliary power units. In this case, it was APU-1. It came up and successfully ran and met all the specs for this test. It ran for 6 minutes, 25 seconds. Also coming up is some television coming from Columbia. As the arm is in motion, we will, when we get out of KU band blockage here on the eastern satellite, we'll turn on the end effector camera and see what we can see from the end of the arm. That should be coming up shortly.
Columbia, Houston, on the wastewater dump nozzle survey.
Go ahead.
But I just want to let you know that we do not plan on changing our attitude. We'll just stay in our present attitude and use whatever light's available.
Okay, and I had sort of figured out that was probably what you were going to do. I'm going to go ahead and press on with the position, and I'm on page 6-40.
Okay, thanks. We'll follow along. Columbia, Houston, for Bonnie, just a reminder, when you do some wrist roll, you may get that message.
Okay, thank you.
The message they're talking about is a fault annunciation, which we've seen a couple of times earlier in the flight, which is no problem. We don't believe it represents any kind of real fault that is enunciated, but rather is just circuitry funnies.
Columbia, Houston. This is info on the wastewater dump valve enable nozzle heater.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we didn't tell you earlier when we turned that heater back on, we need to keep it manually between 200 and 300 degrees. It's over 300 now. I'd like to go ahead and turn it off.
Okay.
On the ML31, Charlie.
On our way.
It's Mission Control Houston. This view comes to us from the camera at the end of the robot arm. Orientation now is it's looking straight down into the payload bay. For the supply waste water dump nozzle survey arm configuration, as it's called, or in other words, for the plan of action to tilt the arm over the side and take a look at the nozzles, the arm will go into motion as it is now, and the shoulder joint will swing around toward the front of the vehicle. Of course, it's mounted on the port side and the forward part of the payload bay. The arm will cant over the port side, just in front of the port payload bay door toward the front of the vehicle. and crank itself over so that it bends at the elbow pointing straight down, and then at the wrist will turn up and look back toward the vehicle. And in that position, it gets a good look at the four nozzles that are there. Also, the PDRS officer reports that all the data coming back from the arm as it's in motion looks real good. Bonnie did not get that fault annunciation message that we've seen earlier on the flight, so everything seems to be going very smoothly now. She brings the arm over the side. Right now we're looking straight down on the radiators within the port side payload bay doors, and to the extreme left of our field of view is the top of the port wing. PDRS officer reports that from what they're seeing of the driving of the arm, they expect it'll take about 5 more minutes.
Go ahead.
Dan, as soon as we get the RMS into position, we'd like to hold it there and keep the cameras on it and perform the free fluid disposal once again. Just go through that procedure and see if we can clear that line.
Okay, we'll give it a try.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. This view comes to us from the color camera Delta, that's on the starboard side of the payload bay at the front, and it's looking directly across at the arm in motion. We see the shoulder joint swiveling. Bonnie has already put the elbow and wrist joints in the position that once we've made a couple of more maneuvers here, we'll put the end effector camera down by the nozzles that we want to take a look at. Again, the idea for this is to see if we can get any insight into why the slurper, if you will, or the free water collection device, wand, that's been down in the bilges of Columbia slurping up dribs and drabs of water for the past few days, why it is that somewhere between that point and the waste dump nozzles, we seem to have some sort of jam. We're not flowing water through those lines as we have been for the last several days, and we're just wondering if it might be that there's a clog on the outside that we can see. The crew earlier had gone through and checked the filter on the end of the wand itself and reported no debris there. Also, the engineers have a little bit of insight into how things are flowing through the line, and they say that the water bubbles just don't appear to be moving. Also, the crew is cycling through the cameras and doing our camera selection for us. It offers Bonnie Dunbar, who's flying the arm, a bit more insight into where she is and gives her a better feel for how it's maneuvering around. So this is crew-controlled camera work here. Bonnie Dunbar now driving the elbow of the robot arm. That's one of the final stages before it gets in position to take a look at the nozzles. We're getting close to loss of signal. We expect a call in just a few seconds from Capcom Mike Baker to ask them to tape what they're seeing.
Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Dan, I just want to let you know we're about 4 minutes to LOS on Teeters East. I want to make sure we perform the free fluid disposal once we get AOS on the west at about 1754. And we'd also like to ensure that you're getting some VTR coverage of this because we may not have some video.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Thanks, sir.
Mission Control Houston, just about 3 minutes before we lose signal We're looking at this view through the wrist camera. It's coming to us as we look up at the nozzle position on Columbia. There's something of an interplay of light and shadow here, but essentially what you're seeing in your field of view is the chin panel coming out from the side of the vehicle, moving to the right of the screen. That's where the wing begins to flare out, and it's double delta. And then up above is the payload bay door in its open position. This is toward the front of the vehicle. Straight up from this is the windows of the crew cabin on the commander's side. This is a split screen view that's being sent to us by the crew. Bonnie Dunbar now making the fine corrections to the position of the arm. I mean, moving the end effector in just a little bit closer here so we can zoom in and take a look at the nozzles. The point of interest in this field of view is the black rectangle that is vertical in the center of the screen. The wrist camera shortly should zoom in on it, and that's where the two waste dump nozzles are.
Columbia Houston, about 40 seconds to LOS. We'll pick you up on the West 1755, and at that time we'd like to try to get a little bit better lighting and zoom in a little bit better so that we can watch the free fluid disposal. I'll talk to you in 1755.
See you there.
This is Mission Control. Houston will lose signal in just a couple of seconds through Tidris East. As we're going over the hill, the PDRS officer reports the brakes are on, the arm is in the position where they want it. Although we will not get live television when we come up on the Western satellite, we can take data, and we'd like to watch the data real time as they try to pump some water through that line that we're interested in. Later, as we get the ability through our comm coverage, we will dump a videotaped view of what the arm camera is seeing as they do the dump, and that'll be coming up shortly in about 8 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia Houston with you through Teeters West.
Loud and clear. And we're all ready to dump.
Okay, we're ready. Go ahead and like to assure that we get it on the VTR because we don't have any TV.
Okay, we are configured now.
Roger, thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yeah, looking at the window, we see a bunch of ice particles coming out. Of course, not as many as a real dump. And of course, the temperatures are going down. But Dan is not getting any suction on the nozzle, on the tip.
Okay, we copy that, Wexby, and that helps out in our analysis a little bit, I think.
Okay, ECOM.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We're not picking much up on the VTR, but of course, looking at the front window, as I said, which is just a small portion of the area, there's about maybe 10 ice crystals every couple of seconds that go by continuously.
Okay, Wexby, we copy that, and right now we have enough data, and you can go ahead and terminate the VCR ops and terminate the free fluid disposal procedure. Go ahead and complete that to get us back in the right config.
Okay, that's in work.
And after that, Wexby, we'd like to go ahead and stow the arm, cradle it, and stow it, and we'll delay the hot fire until that's complete. Go ahead and bypass. We're going to bypass survey M so that Marsh can get into the LB NP.
Okay, we copy. We're going to go ahead and cradle stow the arm, and then we'll get into LBNP.
Roger. Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead.
I just want to let you know also that it looks like, as a result of what we just saw, that the line itself is not frozen. They must have a blockage somewhere else, and we're working on that too. We'll get back to you later on that.
Okay, thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Got a question for you on step 3, 6-40.
Okay, go ahead, Bonnie.
Yes, our starting shoulder yaw is 160. Do you want me to drive to 140 first before doing the elbow pitch reconfiguration?
Stand by. And Bonnie, we'd like to go ahead and use the 140 as you see in the procedure, and then elbow up.
Okay, but per the procedure, I drove to 160 first, and 140 isn't underlined, so I was wondering if that should be underlined.
Okay, I copy that. Stand by. Columbia, Houston for Bonnie.
Go ahead.
And Bonnie, you're correct. There should be a line under that 140, so we need to go ahead and drive it to 140.
Okay, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're looking at some graphics that are being driven by the telemetry being fed to us from space by the robot arm. The orientation here is a bit confusing. You have to imagine that this view is, as would be seen if you were at the base of the orbiter at the aft end, looking up from the engines toward the front, and the arm is cranked out over the port side. Bonnie is maneuvering it back from its nozzle survey position. When we came up over the western satellite, the crew began the dump through those waste nozzles of the line that is being fed from the little vacuum cleaner that's slurping water out of the bilges by the humidity separators. We don't have the capability to take TV through the western satellite, so we asked them to go ahead and tape it and then go ahead and initiate the dump so that we could just see the data. We hope to take the data later. Correction, we hope to take the TV of that dump later, and if we do, we'll play it for you and play it back as appropriate. In the meantime, the assessment of what we've seen so far indicates that we don't have a problem with any frozen lines or frozen nozzles. Rather, we have some manner of obstruction, we believe, in the line leading from that water wand out to the waste nozzle, and the ECOM folks are still looking at that. So what they're going to do now is, as Bonnie continues to drive the arm, they will put it in its stowed position and put it to bed for the rest of the flight, and then we'll press on into the remainder of the flight control system checkout and the reaction control system hot fire, the nominal day before entry events that we've done on all flights.
Houston, Columbia for LBNP.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, Mike, you can pass on to the LBNP folks that I successfully transferred the data from the blood pressure cuff to the camcorder, and I played it back and verified it looks good.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, David.
Mission Control Houston. Meanwhile, the flight control system checkout continues. The crew's just completed a couple of things. They've checked out the displays and assured that those are up and in good working order. Those are the CRTs that they use on the forward flight deck, the 3 CRTs. Also, they've just performed an ops transition, which means they took their software status and changed the software from the on-orbit Ops2 briefly into the entry regime, and now they've effected a transition back to Ops2 as is per the timeline and per normal.
Houston, Columbia, flight control checkout's complete with no anomalies.
Roger, we copy that, Dan. Sounds good, thanks.
Mission Control Houston, that's good news. The Commander, Dan Brandenstein, just reported the flight control system checkout is complete with no anomalies to report. The next step in this day before entry regime will be to do the reaction control system hot fire test. Mission Control Houston, the PDRS officer, and that stands for Payload Deployment and Retrieval System. PDRS officer reports the arm has been latched and it will be stowed, and we'll say goodbye to the arm for the remainder of this flight. The total drive time between the point at which they left the nozzle survey position and arrived poised just above the cradle to the pre-cradle position, total drive time 15 minutes.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yes, the arm is stowed and rolled in and no anomalies. I do have one question for you.
Go ahead.
When do we perform the RMS deactivation on 5-2?
Stand by. And Bonnie, that's part of the deorbit activities tomorrow. And right now we'd like you to go ahead and take the port RMS heater A to off, and we'll stay on the B.
Okay, and I already have A off.
Thank you. And Columbia, we're ready for the RCS hot fire test when you are.
Okay, we'll let you know.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Are you getting good OBS?
Stand by. And Bonnie, that's right, we've got good downlink, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
And Houston, we're getting ready to put the controller inputs in.
Roger, Dan, we're ready, thanks.
It's Mission Control Houston, we're about to begin the RCS hot fire test as part of our normal day before entry preparations.
Next round of firings, Houston.
Say again, Dan? Yeah, Dan, we're ready for the next...
Second round of jets.
All right, we're ready, thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
LBNP is into its 10-minute rest period.
Roger, copy. Columbia, Houston on LBNP.
Go ahead.
Everybody, we're just looking ahead, and it looks like you won't make it to the minus 40 protocol prior to LOS. So what we'd like you to do is, I guess like you did yesterday, is go on down to and hold at minus 30 while you're LOS.
Okay, we'll do that.
Columbia, Houston, we need auto on the DAP as soon as possible.
Yeah, we're getting there.
It's Mission Control Houston as the RCS hot fire test is underway, where the control team aboard Columbia, Dan Brandenstein and Jim Weatherby, are pulsing various thrusters on the ship. We've just sent up an orbiter state vector here from Mission Control.
Columbia Houston, have a weather update on your next two IMAX opportunities.
Go ahead.
It looks like the Congo River opportunity, the weather should be good, and the west coast of Australia, the weather's no-go.
Okay, and you might check with them if they still want the western coast of Australia on that first pass. Where they said the west coast or the desert a little bit inland, and I think we got a real good run across the desert inland of the coast. So whether or not they still want the coast, I guess is a question we have.
Okay, we'll check on that, Dan.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
What we're going to do is extend the rest period a little bit. We'll do the 10, 20, and 30 during LOS, and we'll hold there and start up to 40 when we come AOS.
Okay, we concur with that. And for Dan on the IMAX?
Go ahead.
I think if we understood your question, that we would still, the coast of the west coast of Australia is still a prime target. However, the weather is bad on this pass. But if you can keep your eyes on it and it looks okay, you might go ahead and try to get it.
Okay, we'll be ready.
Columbia Houston, you can disregard that APU hydraulic message.
Roger.
And you have a go for APU cool off.
Okay, that's gonna work, thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Do you have a predicted AOS for our next TDRS?
Yes, ma'am. Stand by. The 1932. And Bonnie, the Teeters West AOS is 1932.
Okay, we copy 1932. Thank you.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Okay, it looks like we got a good run up the Congo. It's kind of hazy, but I think we got, it was certainly running a cloud, so it was only haze was the only obstruction, but we could see it from up here.
Okay, thanks for the update. Columbia Houston on LBNP.
Go ahead, Houston.
And Bonnie, just a reminder that you only have 45 minutes of tape on your recorder. I'd like you to keep an eye on it. Since we're going LOS and we're extending this time out, we also, what we really need, if you need to turn it off, is 10 minutes into your rest period, and then we can start it up again once we get started again.
Thank you. We've already done that. The tape's been off, and we'll start it back up when we're ready to go to the next ramp step.
Okay, that's great, Bonnie. Thanks. And if you're done with camera B, we'll go ahead and turn it off from down here.
Yeah, I think they're done. You can take it if you want.
All right, thanks. Columbia, about a minute and a half to LOS. We'll pick you up on the west side at 1932.
See you there.
Columbia Houston with you through Teeters West.
Okay, got you loud and clear.
Houston, Columbia, LBNP's at stage 3.
Okay, we copy that. Thanks, Bonnie.
This is Mission Control Houston at 8 days, 19 hours, 33 minutes mission elapsed time. We reacquired through TDRS West Columbia now approaching the coastline of Western Australia. We have an update to some information that we put out earlier tonight in the briefing with off-going planning team Flight Director Bob Castle. He reported that at that time the best information we had showed that during the maneuver that Columbia executed after the faulty load, or after the load of a faulty orbiter state vector earlier today, that the orbiter had some rates induced by the firing of 6 vernier thrusters, but that at the time we did not believe it had gone out of attitude by more than 100 degrees. Well, we understand that situation a lot better now after having dumped data out of both the guidance navigation computer and the systems management computer aboard Columbia. We've gone and replayed the data in-house, and we've been looking at it. We now see that during the loss of signal period between coverage of the eastern TDRS satellite and western satellite, in which the vernier thruster firing continued last evening, the Columbia began with a pitch down maneuver, which means the nose went down and then began to pick up rates in all 3 axes. It developed as the thrusters fired, and the Columbia's computers were trying to react to this faulty data that had been loaded aboard. The orbiter tried to track a point on the face of the Earth, and in so doing fired these vernier thrusters, which are the smallest rocket thrusters we have aboard the orbiter, provide very fine precision and maneuvering thrust. So anyway, those 6 thrusters fired, and the orbiter began picking up rates in all 3 axes. As it developed, the orbiter did at least 2 complete rotations in yaw, we understand, and perhaps a couple in pitch. We're still looking at the data. We're still trying to understand just what the maneuver involved. But we did want to pass on to you that the data we had released earlier that said there were exceedances out of attitude of 100 degrees or left, that was incorrect. That was our first initial understanding, and we now know that to be wrong. We also must apologize. We have had that data here at the Public Affairs Console for about an hour now, and have only just discovered that we had gone with a number that said 100 degrees out of attitude at that press conference. We apologize. We didn't understand that there were incorrect numbers being delivered out there to our listening public, and we want to apologize for that misinformation. So again, the Columbia did do some very slow maneuvers. The thrusters, as they fired, moved the orbiter at about 3 degrees per second in a multi-axis kind of motion, and at that rate it would take 2 minutes to complete a full 360-degree rotation. And it's a complicated maneuver to picture in the mind's eye, because you're talking about at first just the x-axis for pitch, and then we began picking up rates in both yaw and pitch. But for the most part, we are certain we did at least 2 complete rotations in the yaw axis. We also would point out that the vernier thruster firing is not an extremely noticeable event for the crew. In fact, we do know that during that LOS period, as the orbiter moved, the vernier firing did not awaken the crew. As soon as we went AOS on TDRS West, Mission Control called up, alerted Dan Brandenstein that the Columbia was responding to a faulty load, and he called up his CRT displays, immediately went out of the digital or automatic pilot mode into manual, and corrected the rates and put Columbia back in the proper attitude. So again, there were at least a couple of rotations in yaw. We believe there may have been at least a couple of rotations in pitch, and we do apologize that we let that information remain inaccurate for a bit. We're trying to correct it to the best of our ability. We also ask people to understand that they are still looking at the data. We've only just recently concluded replaying the data and understanding what was taking place during the loss of signal period. We will be having a press conference with off-going Orbit 1 Flight Director Lee Briscoe later this morning, and we'll be glad to take your questions about it then and talk a little bit more in detail about how that maneuver all played out. At 8 days, 19 hours, 38 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Houston, Columbia, LBNP, stage 5.
Roger, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston now at 8 days, 19 hours, 45 minutes mission elapsed time. And we're getting some better numbers in that can help us describe for you the maneuver that Columbia was executing during that loss of signal period just shortly after the upload of an erroneous state vector command. And here's what we now understand after analyzing in the 3 different axes and sorting those out over an elapsed time.
Houston, Columbia, LBNP is back to ambient.
Roger, copy that, Bunny.
We now understand, at least at this point, our best estimation is that Columbia performed 3/4 of a rotation in roll, and 3/4 would be about 270 degrees, 1 full rotation in pitch, and 4 full rotations in yaw. And also understand that at the rate at which it was moving, which is about 3 degrees per second, it would take 2 minutes for a full rotation in any axis. And those 3 axial readouts that we've just given you were happening simultaneously. So it takes a rather talented mind's eye to try to imagine what it looked like in both terms of what the orbiter's attitude was relative to the Earth and the elapsed time. We would stress that this is a slow maneuver. This is not noticeable by a crewman aboard. About 3 degrees per second, again, equals 2 minutes for a full rotation. When we say not noticeable, we mean that the crew was asleep and there was no effect felt by them. They had to be awakened by mission control to see that the digital autopilot was executing a faulty load.
Columbia, Houston for Bonnie.
So that's our best information at this point. As any updates become available, we'll of course send them along to you. And this is Mission Control, Houston.
Delete the PMC if you like and just press on. It's up to you.
And Houston, Columbia, we have no need for it, for the PMC, so thanks for asking.
Okay, we'll delete it.
Houston, Columbia, LBNP is complete. We're proceeding to restow.
Okay, copy that. Thanks, Bonnie.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Just for info, we had another siren with no lights on L1 and no increase in concentration on System 1.
All right, we copy that, Wexby. And Wexby, was that 3A again?
Negative, Bix. Like I said, there were no lights on L1.
Oh, okay, so you couldn't tell. Okay.
Only the siren.
Copy. Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, David, we were just wondering if somebody had some time, we'd like to get to see that video of the dump nozzle when we establish the free fluid disposal.
Stand by and I'll check.
And if no one's available, we'll get it later.
Tell you what, Mike, can we get that to you later? No one's available right this minute.
Yeah, sure, we'll do it later. Thanks, Dave. Columbia, Houston.
Mission Control, Houston at 8 days, 20 hours, 44 minutes mission elapsed time. Our attention a few minutes ago.
Yeah, if you have no objections, we'd like to go ahead and take the payload bay cameras and get some Earth views.
Have at them, they're all yours.
Okay, great, thanks. And a reminder for Dan, before we start the treadmill, would you let us know that so that we can start the OEX recorders?
Is there a... I'm getting ready to start. Do you want me to pause a little bit and warm up?
Stand by.
And Houston, since FEA wasn't on or anything today, I guess I'm already done running, and I didn't give you a call, so I apologize for that. But Wex is getting ready to, so you'll get him at least.
Okay, we copy that, Dan. Thanks a lot. And for Wexby, we need about 5 minutes before you start, if you can give us that.
That'll work out great. I got to get configured.
Okay.
I'll start in exactly 5 minutes.
It's Mission Control Houston. We're now looking at the Earth from the payload bay of Columbia. Originally, we had intended to try to dump the video that was taken a little earlier this evening when Bonnie Dunbar did the nozzle survey with the arm. However, there were no crewmen available to dump that videotape to us, so we settled for the next best thing, which is look at the Earth. You'll remember that we determined after having done the survey and attempted to put some water overboard from that slush vacuum cleaner, that slurper vacuum cleaner down in the bilge, that we did get some ice particles that came out the nozzle, but we don't believe that we yet understand where the obstruction might be in that line. We did determine through the nozzle survey that there's no issue with ice or freezing the nozzles or anything like that. So in that sense, then the VTR dump of the nozzle video became moot, but we thought we'd send it down if we had a chance. We didn't, so now we're looking at the Earth. We're about to cross over Africa here on orbit 141. There's another 14 minutes remaining in this pass, and this is Mission Control Houston.
Columbia, Houston, I have a quick note for your next IMAX opportunity at Madagascar.
Go ahead.
We don't have the current weather at Madagascar, and the last update showed that there were some clouds in the area, so we'd like you to attempt to shoot it if it looks good.
We'll go. And Houston, I got tied up a little bit. I'll be ready to go in 2 minutes then.
Okay, copy that, Wexby.
And Houston, I'm ready on the treadmill.
Okay, we're ready. Go ahead.
It's Mission Control Houston, 8 days and 20 hours into the flight of Columbia. We're now about 2.5 minutes from loss of signal through the eastern satellite. Looking down on the Indian Ocean as we have just passed over Madagascar. Also, we've just gotten a report from the ECOM folks who've been looking at the playback of data associated with the latest fire alarm sounded aboard the orbiter about 10-15 minutes ago. And they're convinced from looking at that data that we're talking about exactly the same signature that we've seen twice already. So again, that latest alarm, exactly the same transient we've been seeing before. It's a circuitry funny and does not represent any kind of smoke concentration, fire, or any other sort of concern for the vehicle or crew. Currently, we're looking at the robot arm. We're focusing in on the elbow camera just to take a look and see how its configuration is for its stowed position for entry. A little more than a minute left in this pass through Tidris East here on orbit 141, and this is Mission Control Houston.
Columbia Houston with you through Teeters West. Quick note on Amos.
Roger, I'm sitting here looking at it right in front of me. The time's still good that are in the flight plan?
Yes, sir, and the only thing you need is the flight plan, and all you need to do is turn on those payload bay door or payload bay flood aft starboard, and that's it. No other actions required.
Okay, they don't need a mark on it?
Yeah, they say a mark would be nice.
Okay, we'll give them a mark.
Columbia Houston, no action on that 3A alarm, and concentrations look the same.
Yeah, we noticed. Weatherby claims he's smoking the treadmill too hard.
Okay.
In Houston, stand by for Amos.
Roger.
Mark. Concentrations look all right, Houston.
Roger, copy. We concur.
Last night they gave me the option to pull that circuit breaker, and I'm about getting ready to take you up on that.
Okay.
I won't yet, but if it happens many more times, it's starting to reoccur more often. And the light on L1 has not been coming on the last few times.
Okay, we copy that, Dan.
And if I do pull it, I'll let you know.
Okay.
And Houston, Amos is complete.
Roger, copy that. Thanks, Dan. Columbia Houston, we're with you through Dryden. We're doing our dropping down to some ground stations for our entry day checks.
That's clear.
Columbia Houston, comm check.
Houston, you're loud and clear.
Okay, we got you the same. Columbia Houston, with you through Goldstone.
Loud and clear.
Roger. Columbia Houston.
Houston?
I just wanted to remind you that we've got our crew conference voice check coming up in about 22 minutes, and I wanted to make sure that you had the voice check protocol on board.
We have the voice check protocol, and we have our TV set up.
Roger, great, thanks. Columbia Houston, we're getting live mid-deck at this time.
Well, I'm glad we're decent.
And Dan, they're telling me we didn't do that. And also, Dan, we thought it might be a good idea for the VIP phone call to go ahead and pull that circuit breaker on the 3A smoke detector.
Probably not a bad idea.
Columbia Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Yeah, Dan, if someone's available, this might not be a bad time to give us that video you have on the dump nozzle.
Okay, Bonnie is on her way up to take care of that.
Okay, great. Columbia Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Dan, just want to let you know, entry team is handing over to Orbit 2. Weather at Edwards is looking good for tomorrow's entry and landing. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, enjoyed doing the flight control checkout with you and taking care of us this morning, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Columbia, Houston, we're getting the downlink on the dump nozzles.
Okay, good.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
I took a video while Dan was trying to take the water out, and I'd see a particle once in a while, and I tried to stretch the cameras both ways and zoomed in and out, and actually saw more looking out the window reflected in the sun than I could see through the camera.
Okay, Bonnie, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. We're looking at some dumps from the videotape recorder on board Columbia. Previous view was of the end effector camera looking at the water dump nozzles on the port side of the vehicle. Flight controllers here on the ground were interested in having a look at that TV, and while we have KU band signal available here in Houston and television flowing from the vehicle, I thought they'd take advantage of the opportunity and ask the crew to send that down.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yeah, that's all I have. The cameras are yours again.
Okay, thank you. In Columbia, Houston, we're back in the mid-deck with you now.
Okay, Houston, how much longer before you're ready to do the check? Oh, I guess 3 minutes, right?
That's affirmative.
And after that, we'll give you the payload bay cameras or something if you want to look around. We got some serious cleaning up to do after treadmills and everything, so.
Okay, Dan, we'll go back out to the payload bay after we do the voice check with you.
Okay, appreciate it, thanks. And next, I'll rev from now, then you can stick around. We ought to be pretty well squared away by then.
Okay, we'll do that.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've got a temporary loss of signal while the KU band antenna gimbals around. We're taking live television from the middeck of Columbia as we're standing by for a voice check with the White House in just about a minute. That voice check.
A CNCR report for you.
Okay, David, we're ready for it.
All right, Jim, we went back and remarked all 3 packages. I can, if you've got your a copy of message 119, I can give you the start times and stop times of each one.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, package number 3, start MET was 8/21:11. And the stop MET was 8/21:15. Package number 2, start MET 8/21:16. And the stop MET was 8/21:22. And for package number 1, red, start time was 8/21:24. And the stop MET was 8/21:37.
Okay, we have a good copy on that, David. Thank you.
Hey, Jim, I got a few comments on those.
David, can we...
Package number 3. The last time we reported, we marked all of those as normal growth. This time they all appeared again to be normal. There were 1 or 2 that looked like they might be going damped, but I guess you'd probably still call them all normal at this time.
Okay, David, we need to do the voice check now. Columbia, Houston, we have an excellent television picture from you. White House Communications is on the line. Are you ready for the VIP phone call test?
Houston, Columbia, yes, we're ready, and we're all set up.
White House Communications, this is Houston. Please go ahead with your call to Columbia.
Columbia, this is White House Communications. Please report on my voice quality.
Roger, White House, you're loud and clear, and to get a good check from this end, I'd like to try both microphones. This one first. How do you read this one?
Roger, Columbia, your voice quality is excellent.
Okay, and this handheld mic, how do you read me now?
I have you the same.
Okay, great. Sounds good from this end.
Roger, stand by for a voice check from the Oval Office.
Will do.
Okay, let's begin. Good morning, Columbia. This is the Oval Office.
Morning, how are you today?
I'm fine. I'm pleased to do this voice test with you. Do you hear me all right?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Roger, I have you same. Thank you for the test. This concludes the test. Oval Office out.
Goodbye, we'll see you later.
And Columbia, Houston, that was a good voice check. We'll now go out to the payload bays.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks.
Columbia, Houston, for David.
Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, David, sorry to break up your CNCR report. Wonder if you could conclude that now.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand the priorities here. Okay, did you catch the part on the package number 3 that they all appeared normal? One or two of them looked like they might be going damped.
Okay, we copied that, David.
All right, and a couple other general comments. In all 3 of the packages, all of the race tubes have about 3.5 to 4 new bands on them, and in fact, the vast majority of those bands appear to be normal.
Okay, we copied.
And then one other comment with regard to the red package only. Most of the tubes in the red package, the bands had grown out to the end. And where it had grown out to the end, and I couldn't actually see the end of a band because of some dark tape over the end of it, I actually just had to sort of mark the very end of the tube as best I could and sort of point an arrow, and that arrow just meant that it's the band has gone off the end there.
Okay, we understand, David. Columbia, Houston, we're about 1 minute from LOS. We'll see you back on the other side at 22:45.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. At 8 days, 22 hours, 38 minutes, we've just passed out of range of the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite East due to acquire signal again through the Western satellite in about 6.5 minutes. The Orbit 2 flight control team on console after handing over from the Orbit 1 team. Crew aboard Columbia readying themselves for a VIP phone call from the White House, upcoming on the next orbit at just about 6:40 a.m. Central Time. In the meantime, doing a little cabin cleanup, bringing mid-deck experiments, secondary activities to a close. Per the timeline, the fluid experiments apparatus has been stowed, CNCR has been stowed, American flight echocardiograph experimentation has been completed. Scheduled yet to be deactivated today is the protein crystal growth 1, PCG2 scheduled to be deactivated tomorrow. Also this crew afternoon, the L-cubed and IMAX equipment will be stowed. For the most part, after the VIP call, we expect a fairly quiet day. It looks as if there's a good chance to compact the timeline between now and nominal crew sleep and give the crew a chance to go to bed early tonight in preparation for entry and landing tomorrow. The crew, annoyed by some unexpected anomalies during the night, woken by false fire alarms. The fire alarm circuitry continuing to show some transient hits which result in alarms in the crew cabin. the crews elected, rather than to power that circuit breaker off, to live with the nuisances for a while. They are planning to power that system off prior to the VIP call in order not to create a disturbance during that event. The other incident that awoke the crew last night was a multi-axis maneuver that was essentially the result of an attitude control system responding appropriately to what was a faulty state vector on board the vehicle. That state vector was sent up by the ground and installed, and essentially served to tell the orbiter systems that shuttle needed to be in a different attitude and location, and the attitude control system began to respond to that, burning in multiple axes to correct what it thought was a dispersion. Flight controllers on the ground saw that happening just as we lost signal through the tracking and data relay satellite east. Through the western satellite, got with the crew, corrected the situation, burned back to attitude, updated the state vector, and all is well aboard Columbia again, and has been since the middle of the night last night. But the hit has been that the crew lost a few hours of sleep, and as they're marching very proficiently through the timeline today, it looks as if there's a good chance to put the crew to bed early tonight and get them rested up for entry and landing tomorrow. We should be acquiring signal again in about 3 minutes through the TDRS West at 8 days, 22 hours, and 41 minutes. This is Mission Control.
Columbia, Houston, we're back with you on the West TDRS.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, for Dan.
He's listening.
Okay. After the VIP phone call, we're taking a look at going to the dump attitude and staying there for 2 revs to do both the supply and the wastewater dumps, and then we'd go right back to the sleep attitude. We think that by doing this, we'll be able to make up some time and get you to bed early, or at least on time tonight, so you can get a good night's rest. And wanted to know what Dan thought about that plan.
Yeah, that sounds good to him.
Okay, then that's the way we'll plan it, and we'll get back with you in a few minutes with some times.
Okay, thanks a lot.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 1 entry Flight Director Lee Briscoe. That shift briefing schedule will begin at 5:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's just 5 minutes from now, originating from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. Once again, our next NASA Select television event, a post-shift press briefing with off-going entry Flight Director Lee Briscoe. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 1 and entry Flight Director Lee Briscoe. That event coming up here in just a couple of minutes at 5:45 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Columbia, Houston, we see good stars in your star table, stars 14 and 31. Your go to take those, and then we won't have to do our IMU align maneuver later.
Okay, we'll do that.
Columbia, Houston, we see a good align, and we don't need any information from you. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. 8 days, 23 hours, 27 minutes. One more square filled in preparations for the beginning of a hopefully early sleep shift. Flight controllers looking for every opportunity to get a little bit ahead of the timeline and make room to put the crew to bed early tonight after a few interruptions in their sleep shift last night.
Okay, thanks.
Crew having just accomplished IMU alignment based on stars of opportunity that became available on the table. The IMU align at this time precludes the need for an IMU align maneuver, saving both time and a maneuver later on in the flight day. This is Mission Control Houston, all quiet on the air-to-ground circuit between Columbia and Flight Control Team here in Houston. Crew busy aboard the vehicle, cleaning up the crew cabin in preparation for a VIP phone call coming up here in just about 35 minutes. They're also in the process of stowing and bringing to a close 10 very busy days of mid-deck experiments and secondary activities. This morning, the fluid experiment apparatus was stowed, the CNCR equipment was stowed, American flight echocardiograph experimentation completed and stowed. Yet to be stowed this afternoon, the protein crystal growth number 1 deactivation and stowage, stowage of the L-cubed and IMAX equipment, and we'll see PCG2 deactivation tomorrow. But crew right on the timeline and beginning to move ahead of it with the help of the flight control team, looking for opportunities to save time. Priority is on trying to get our crew to bed early tonight based on interruptions they've had in their sleep shift in the last couple of nights. Flight controllers feel it prudent to go ahead and give them a good night's rest before getting up and taking on entry and landing tomorrow. Just a few minutes ago, the crew aboard Columbia accomplished an alignment of the inertial measurement units on board without having to maneuver to an attitude to do that, just using stars of opportunity that entered the table. That saves time and a maneuver that was planned later on in the flight day, once again offering another chance to compact the timeline between now and pre-sleep and give the guys a chance to hit the hay early. We're standing by for a special television event this morning, upcoming on this orbit, orbit 143, at about 6:40 a.m. Central Standard Time. Crew aboard Columbia will take a phone call from a very important person at the White House. Columbia continuing to orbit the Earth with its payload bay towards the Earth, its nose north, and its port wing into the velocity vector. All systems aboard Columbia continuing to work very well. The humidity separator that has been sort of a leaking nuisance for the last several days, continuing to manage humidity in the cabin very well. Also continuing to dribble water out onto the mid-deck floor, but with plenty of towels to mop that up, that's, again, remained more of a nuisance than anything else. The fire alarm problem we've had with spurious fire alarms, based on the understanding that the flight control team has, they attribute those to transients in the circuitry of the smoke and fire detection system. And we've seen several alarms over the course of the last flight day, including during the sleep shift, which woke the crew. And in preparation for the VIP call, they're going to open that circuit breaker and in order to avoid any nuisances or interruptions in that event. Flight controllers confident that the unscheduled multi-axis burn during a sleep shift last night that was a response to a bad state vector that was sent to the vehicle. That situation well understood at this point, and state vector on board is good. Flight control systems checkout this morning, verifying all flight control systems for deorbit and landing tomorrow went very well. All systems responded as they should in that checkout, and orbiter given a clean bill of health for entry and landing. The ECOM officer here in the flight control room reporting that based on telemetry he watches here in the flight control room, that the breaker's been pulled on that half of the smoke and fire detection system in order to avoid spurious alarms, and is recommending that we give the crew the option to leave the breaker in that configuration during the sleep shift so as not to disturb their sleep the night before deorbit and landing. All fairly quiet here in the flight control room, quiet on the air-to-ground circuit. Again, we're standing by for a VIP phone call in just about 20 minutes. At 8 days, 23 hours, 38 minutes, this is Mission Control.
Columbia, Houston, I have something for you on your dump attitude when you're ready to copy.
Okay, Houston, go ahead.
Dan, your maneuver time to the dump attitude is 9 days, 0 hours, and 25 minutes. We'll give you the details of the dump after the VIP phone call this morning. And also the attitude for the dump is the same as it's listed in your flight plan revision on page 3-45.
Okay, we got it. 9 days, 0 hours, and 25 minutes.
Good copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. That last exchange between Capcom Jim Voss and Commander Dan Brandenstein in efforts to prepare the vehicle shortly after the VIP call for a wastewater dump. Again, in efforts to move activities further up in the timeline, give us the margin at the end of the day to put the crew to bed early if we can. So right after the VIP call, crew will be maneuvering Columbia into the dump attitude and starting that waste dump as soon as possible. Our next NASA Select television event is scheduled to be some live downlink television from the middeck of Columbia as the crew of Columbia takes a phone call from the President. Again, that event start time scheduled for 6:39 a.m. Central Standard Time. We expect to have some live downlink television before then, but the actual event itself will begin at 6:39 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Columbia, Houston, if it's okay with you, we'd like to take the middeck cameras to verify the configuration for our upcoming conference.
That's fine with us.
And we're getting good middeck. We see you all there now.
Okay, great.
And Dan, I don't know if you picked up on it, the presidential phone call is scheduled for MET of 9 days, 0 hours, and 4 minutes. So we're a little bit early.
Oh, no, we didn't. Well, we thought it was 2 minutes ago, so.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. It's in your mission summary for today, and you may have mistaken the line that we had on the flight plan as the start time. That's just the coverage time that's available.
Okay. Well, we'll be ready.
Okay, and we'll go out to the payload bay with the cameras now, and we'll come back inside right before the conference.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, while you're waiting for the phone call, if you'd like, you can go ahead and start the water tank repress to get ready for the dumps.
Okay, that's in work.
Thanks, Dan.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now taking live color television from the payload bay camera aboard Columbia as Columbia is on the descending node of orbit 143 out over the South Atlantic Ocean. Orbiting payload bay to the Earth, nose north. We're standing by for the beginning of a special event, a VIP phone call between the White House and the crew aboard Columbia.
Columbia, Houston, we'll be taking the middeck cameras now and coming inside.
Okay, we're ready.
And we have good downlink.
Great.
Columbia, this is Houston. We have an excellent TV picture of you. White House Communications is on the line. Are you ready for the VIP phone call?
Houston, Columbia, yes, we're all ready.
White House Communications, this is Houston. Please go ahead with your call.
Columbia, this is White House Communications. How is the voice quality?
The voice quality is very good.
Please stand by for the President of the United States.
Hello, Fred, can you hear me? Dan? Are we talking?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Welcome aboard Columbia. We hear you very clearly.
Well, Dan, is that you, the captain, the boss of that outfit?
Well, that's what they say, but everybody contributes a lot, and I just kind of stay out of their way so they can get their jobs done.
Well, listen, I just was calling you to congratulate you. Dan Quayle is sitting here next to me in the Oval Office, and as you know, he's taken a very active role in this Space Council. But what I'm calling to do is to congratulate you and the crew after all those somersaults, but doing this superb job up there on this mission. And we followed the LDAF and the very exciting grab, and I just wanted to hear firsthand how it was going.
Well, Mr. President, I think it's going very well. We've pretty much concluded most of the major objectives of this mission, and obviously the retrieval of the LDEP was one of the highlights, and we're very happy we have it back on board. We believe it's a real treasure that's going to help very much in designing future space satellites and shuttles and space stations.
Well, I think that's wonderful. And how'd all the new guys behave? Jim, Marcia, and David. Can they talk, or are you doing the speaking for this crowd?
No, we're going to give them all a chance. In fact, we'll let G. David tell you how it's to be a new guy.
All right, fire away, Dave.
Well, Mr. President, it's a pleasure to be up here. I've enjoyed this flight very much. We've enjoyed a lot of success with a lot of help from all the folks on the ground. It's a real pleasure to be up here to contribute to our space program.
Well, I'm delighted. How's Marcia doing? Is she near a mic there?
Yes, sir, I have a mic. I think we new guys are really excited. We've waited a long time for this, and it's a sort of a dream come true. The world looking at it from up here is incredible.
I don't want to date your commander, the captain there, Dan, but I had dinner over at the White House 2 nights ago with Dick Truly, who reminded me that they had flown together some time back, Dan. Sorry about that.
Well, that's true, and in fact, I've been taking my share of hits this mission. I just had a birthday yesterday, and I've been taking a lot of grief.
All right. Well, listen, is Bonnie there? Who else have we not? I'd like to say hello to everybody.
Certainly. We'll let Jim Weatherby tell you. He's the other new guy, and we'll let him tell you what he thought of it, and then we'll turn you over to Bonnie.
Yeah, well, sir, I'm proud to be here. It's a pleasure being part of this program. I'm happy to be part of watching Dan recover that satellite. He's about the best in the world at grabbing satellites at Mach 25.
Unbelievable. Well, I'm glad to see a Navy pilot. Could you use a 65-year-old Navy pilot up there?
Navy pilots don't get that old.
Oh, yeah, I'm one. Seems to be a long pause.
Well, I'm delighted to be here, Mr. President, and feel fortunate to do it again. But I know that it takes a lot of work on the part of many, many people, and I want to thank all the people at Johnson Space Center and NASA in general for making this possible. It's been an incredible mission.
Well, you know, that's one thing that does come through. I mean, there you all are working, and people, you know, following very keenly what you're doing. But I think one thing the American people do see as a result of a highly complex mission like this is this enormously effective teamwork. And I must say I'd like to join you in saluting everybody involved, and I wish you well as you wrap it up now and come on back. But we're proud of you, and I look forward to seeing you at the White House, as does the Vice President, when you can get around to getting up here after you get back. So well done. We're proud of you, and we will follow the rest of the mission as we have the beginning with great interest. And Dan, to you and your wonderful crew, congratulations.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time and speak with us this morning, Mr. President. And we're
proud to have had the opportunity to represent our country and to conduct this mission, and along with all the other people that make up the NASA and the space team in this country.
Okay, well, we'll let you go to work, and well done. Thank you very much. Over and out.
Goodbye.
And Columbia, Houston, great phone call. I'm sure we all appreciate the President's words, and we're back outside in the payload bay now.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've passed out of range of the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite East. We'll be acquiring signal again in about 6.5 minutes through the western satellite. Just before losing signal, crew aboard Columbia had the opportunity to take a very special phone call from the President of the United States in the Oval Office in Washington. Prior to that, the crew had the opportunity to take advantage of some stars of opportunity to align the inertial measurement units on board the vehicle, bringing its navigational platform up to speed. That's an activity that had been scheduled later in the day, saving some time and some one additional maneuver. In addition, the crew, as we're out of contact, should be beginning to maneuver Columbia to the proper attitude for a waste water dump. Again, that's an activity that's been moved up in the timeline also in order to help create some margin towards the end of the day and possibly provide the opportunity for the crew to go to bed early tonight and get some additional sleep in order to wake up rested and ready to go for deorbit and landing tomorrow. This particularly interests flight controllers here on the ground after the crew was awakened last night by spurious smoke and fire detection alerts, and again by the ground to respond to an anomalous reaction control system response to a bad state vector, which placed Columbia well out of its desired sleep attitude. The rest of the afternoon for the crew is scheduled to be filled with cabin stowage and configuring for pre-sleep, putting those mid-deck experiments and equipment, camera equipment and such that will no longer be required for the rest of the day or for deorbit and landing away into their locker spaces. And the nominal pre-sleep activities, including the auto cell, the auto fuel cell purges and positioning of the KU band cable and various other housekeeping activities such as a lithium hydroxide canister changeouts. All in all, expect it to be a very quiet afternoon as the crew will be busy on orbit, not requiring a lot of discussion between crew and the ground. At 9 days, 17 minutes, this is Mission Control.
Columbia, Houston, back with you on the west satellite.
Loud and clear.
This is Mission Control Houston at 9 days, 30 minutes. Guidance Nav and Control Officer here in the Flight Control Room reports that her data here on the ground shows Columbia maneuvering to the wastewater dump attitude. Columbia will be in a very slow, deliberate roll maneuver to place the port side dump nozzles directly towards the Earth and the tiled underside of the vehicle into the velocity vector so that they can dump that wastewater without any danger of water contamination on the long duration exposure facility in the payload bay.
Columbia, Houston, I have the information on your water dumps when you're ready to copy.
Okay, stand by just a second. Okay, Houston, go ahead.
Dan, for your water dumps, we would like for you to perform the waste water dump first, per 5-6 of the orbit ops checklist. I want you to dump the waste tank to 8%. It should take about 30 minutes for the dump, so it'll require 2 to 3 cycles because of the nozzle heaters. Once you have completed the wastewater dump, we want you to perform the supply water dump per page 5.2 of the Orbit Ops checklist. Dump tanks Bravo and Delta for 22 minutes. That should get us to about 43% in each tank. The tanks are already configured for the dump, and when you've completed that, you can depress the tanks per message 73 alpha. And when you're done,
Houston will do that.
Okay, and when you're done with that, Dan, you can go ahead and stow the free fluid disposal equipment whenever you want to, and you can use towels for any other free water that you might find in the lower equipment bay. And we would recommend that before entry you put some more gray tape on the HumSep IFM to make sure that doesn't come off during entry.
Well, I took another look down there, and it's looks dry now since we cleaned up this morning, and that the lyo canister goes all the way down and rests right on some brackets on the floor right next to the HumSep, so there's essentially no room for that IFM down there. So I guess it was our intent, if it was still dry this afternoon, we were going to pull all that stuff out of there and put the lyo container back in there, and now I can take a look at it. We can maybe anchor a few towels down there so it has something to absorb, but the setup we have now, we won't be able to fit in there because we have to move it all over to the other side of a bracket or a beam down there, so the lyo container will fit down in there.
Okay, Dan, we concur and think that's your call on how you do that. If you get a chance, we'd like for you to take a last look at it before you stow everything down there.
Oh, I certainly will. And I guess the question I had, contemplating all this was, are there any concerns with having towels and those sorts of things down there during entry? And is that better or worse than maybe a little water? If I don't, I just don't know what cycle that HumSep's on, if we're going to have water in the morning or not. But it's been kind of hit and miss for the last 4 or 5 days.
Okay, we'll take a look at that and we'll get back with you with an answer.
Yeah, it's probably going to be an hour or so before I get to decide which way we want to go with that. So give us some thought and see what you folks think is the right way to go.
Okay, we'll do that. Columbia, Houston for Dan.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Dan, if possible, and if you think it'll work out, we would like for you to leave the lyo cans out until tomorrow morning so we can have one last look in there for free water. And then after you've made that last check, to go ahead and just put it back in there with no towels and no IFM or anything, and just come back that way.
Okay, Houston.
So you think that'll work to wait until tomorrow morning to put away the lyo cans?
I hope so. We've gotten the thing in, several times. It doesn't go in and out very easily, but we've done it, so I don't foresee any problems that we can't do it. But it's probably an hour's worth of futzing around before you get it in that you're satisfied you can align the bolts.
Yeah, stand by just a minute, Dan. Columbia, Houston for Dan.
He's listening. Go ahead.
Okay, we've been discussing the lower equipment bay and the water cleanup and that sort of thing, and the configuration for entry. And what we'd like for you to do is delay the look for water and cleaning up any water down there until the last thing before sleep tonight, and give us a report on that. And in the meantime, we're going to be looking at seeing if anyone has any concerns at all about having water free in the equipment bay during landing, or if they have any concerns about potential towels being down there. And we'll get back with you before you go to sleep tonight and let you know what we finally decide. But in the meantime, let's plan on closing up the lower equipment bay at the last minute before you go to sleep tonight.
Okay, fine, and that sounds great. And I just took another peek down there, and so far today, other than the initial cleanup this morning, we haven't gotten any water out of it all day.
Okay, Dan, that sounds good. Thanks. And I have an IMAX target update for you when you're ready.
Ready to copy.
This is for your Rev 144 crater shot, and it's as it is in the flight plan update. The weather's looking good now, but because of your different attitude, we want you to try windows number 1 or number 2, and hopefully you'll be able to see it out of there. After you've taken that shot, the remaining exterior shots are at your discretion. We'd like for you to use up the remaining film, and then you can stow the IMAX at your convenience.
Well, we'll give it a go on the crater.
Okay, sounds good.
And then we'll shoot up the rest of it.
Okay, sounds good. Columbia, Houston.
Houston, Columbia.
Yeah, go ahead, Columbia.
How do you like this wastewater dump?
Yeah, it's not looking too good, Jim. We'd like for you to terminate the dump and then bake out the nozzle to 300 degrees, and then let's try again.
Okay, in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. In progress currently, but shortly to be terminated, a wastewater dump. Flight controllers here on the ground, as well as crew members, noticing that the tank pressures and flow figures were not corresponding properly, indicating that there's some sort of obstruction in the flow of the wastewater from the wastewater tanks through the nozzle. And the call was made to pilot Jim Weatherby to go ahead and terminate that dump and see if they can't bake out the nozzles at a higher temperature and perhaps clear any ice or particulate that might be obstructing the flow of that wastewater. Again, this wastewater dump was moved up several hours in the timeline in order to provide for some troubleshooting of any problems like this without impacting the crew sleep period.
Columbia, Houston for Jim.
Go ahead.
Yeah, on your wastewater dump, we want you to bake that out to 300 degrees. Then we'd like for you to terminate the wastewater dump per the procedure, and then go ahead with your supply water dump. Columbia, Houston. I just wanted to make sure you got our last on the baking out to 300 degrees, then terminating the wastewater dump per procedure, and then conducting the supply water dump. Okay, Jim, we'll get back to you in a few minutes with some words about it when we get better comm.
This is Mission Control Houston. While Columbia orbits the Earth with its tiled underside into the velocity vector for both waste and supply dumps, the wastewater dump, which was in progress, was terminated due to lack of correlation between system pressures and flow of wastewater through the system. It's suspected that there could be some obstruction, perhaps ice, but regardless of the outcome, the wastewater dump has been canceled, and it's not necessary. It would have been a nice thing to have accomplished before the end of the day, but for the time being, they're going to bake out those nozzles at 300 degrees Fahrenheit and press on with the supply water dump, dumping tank B, which is at about 72.6% quantity, and dump it down to about 20. So crew given a go to proceed with the supply dump. after terminating the wastewater dump and powering on the nozzle heaters. They've baked up to 300 and now have been turned off. Those nozzle temperatures back down to the range that they were in before the dump began. This is Mission Control Houston. The supply water dump to dump tank B down to 20% is underway. That dump system appearing to work very well. Nozzle temps and system pressure is very good. The wastewater dump, which had been started about 20 minutes ago, was terminated when it looked as if there was some sort of blockage in the line. After baking out the nozzles, flight controllers here are unsure as to whether or not there's an ice blockage or whether there's some sort of debris blockage in the line after having used the waste dump system to purge water out from under the mid-deck floor due to the HUMSEP leakage that has been encountered throughout the flight. Either way, it's not an impact operations. There's quite a bit of margin left in the waste tanks, and there are no concerns with bringing home a full waste tank. But factoring in the amount of waste water that accumulates over time with Flight 5 crew members and a nominal deorbit landing tomorrow, we're well within our limits as far as reaching the capacity of that tank. So no impact. Crew asked to press on with the timeline. In fact, they're moving quite smartly ahead of the timeline, well into the supply water dump now. IMU align's been completed. Cabin configuration and stowage is well underway, and there appears to be every chance that we could put our crew to bed early tonight, get them a little more sleep and rest before they get up to deorbit and land. Columbia just about to cross the equator midway through orbit 144 over the North-South American continent at 9 days, 1 hour, 15 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. Our mission timeline reflects the opportunity for some downlink television coming up here in a few minutes. That would depict protein crystal growth operations probably previously recorded on board and dumped through the VCR. Again, that's our next shuttle television here on NASA Select at 7:56 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Columbia Houston, your cabin N2 message is just from a cycle of the system and no action required.
Okay, thanks.
Columbia Houston, we have configured for your photo TV of PCG whenever you're ready to send that to us.
Stand by. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We're configured for some mid-deck right now. Marcia is doing some camcorder on the spare tray, and we'll be starting into the nominal ops shortly thereafter.
Roger, we copied.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yeah, we've decided to move the camera, so if you could wait for your downlink, appreciate it.
Okay, we'll be standing by, and are you going to send us camcorder?
No, we'll be sending CCTV.
Okay, we'll be configured for CCTV whenever you're ready to send it.
Okay, stand by.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yeah, Jim, confirm you said 2 minutes on the supply dump. We're approaching that now, and the quantities are 61 and 55.
Yeah, Jim, we had said 2 2 minutes, but we would like for you to stay with the dump for a little bit longer, and we'll give you an exact time or number in a minute.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia, and we're getting good downlink now.
Roger.
Columbia, Houston for Jim.
Go ahead.
Yeah, on your supply water dump, we'd like for you to continue that until you get an average of 43% in each tank. That should take about 20 minutes.
Okay, an average of 4.3 in tanks Bravo and Delta. Sounds good.
And we will get back with you when we get close to that, but that's just in case we lose comm, and we figure that you can probably take the average.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're looking at some live television from the middeck of Columbia as the unmistakable Marcia Ivins is involved in some cabin cleanup and stowage activities. Crew beginning to march ahead of their timeline with a little help from the ground in expediting some scheduling of cabin closeout and pre-sleep activities. With the goal of putting our crew to bed early tonight if we can, get them a little extra rest before they have to get up for deorbit and landing at about 8:35 p.m. tonight. Most of the middeck experiments have been wrapped up and put back in their lockers. Rest of the day we'll see continued cleanup in the cabin and stowage of the middeck experiments. PCG-1 will be deactivated and stowed today. PCG-2 will be deactivated tomorrow. But we've had the fluid experiment apparatus stowed, CNCR and AFE operations completed. We've had some Amos payload bay lights test today. We'll have some continuing efforts to shoot some IMAX film today before stowing that hardware.
Columbia, Houston, we see a good supply water dump, and you're go to terminate that now.
Okay, dump valve's closed and the rest is in work.
Columbia, Houston, we're going to be LOS in about 1 minute. We'd like for you to stay in your current attitude until 9 days, 2 hours, and 33 minutes. And at that time, you can maneuver to your sleep attitude that's shown on page 346 of the flight plan. And we'll be back with you on the other side at 2 hours.
See you there.
This is Mission Control. Our next NASA Select television event will be a satellite replay of some live television that was taken on this previous pass of some middeck activities depicting mission specialist Marcia Ivins and G. David Lowe setting up some photo documentation of the protein crystal growth experiment before its deactivation today. That replay coming up on the half hour at 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Columbia, Houston, we're back with you on the west satellite.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, for information to continue looking at our dropouts we've been having in our comm, we're going to switch to power amp number 1.
This is Mission Control. Our next NASA Select television event is scheduled to be a replay of Flight Day 10 television highlights. That's replay coming up on the half hour at 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Again, our next NASA Select TV event, a replay of Flight Day 10 television highlights.
Columbia, Houston, we have a new orbiter state vector on board.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston, the guidance nav control officer here in the flight control room, confirming that her data on the ground shows the crew maneuvering Columbia to its sleep attitude. Columbia's been in the water dump attitude with the tiled underside of the orbiter into the velocity vector port wing towards the Earth for the last couple of hours in support of waste and supply water dumps. That attitude chosen to protect LDEF from any potential water damage during the dump. Columbia maneuvering now to a plus XLV minus YVV attitude, which will place the nose of the orbiter towards the Earth and the port wing into the velocity vector. And there the crew and vehicle will remain throughout the sleep shift. We're now just a few hours away from putting the crew of Columbia to bed. They're scheduled to be awakened again at 8:35 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening.
Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead.
Dan, I've got our list of things to do before going to bed if you'd like to get together on that for a couple of minutes.
Okay, give me a couple of seconds to get up. I got Okay, Houston, go ahead.
Okay, Dan, you should have 4 messages in your tags tray. They deal with deorbit prep and entry updates. And you should also have 1 page of a flight plan revision. And that's the second page of the flight plan revision that you'll be receiving tomorrow, but it'll give you a look at what your timeline is like tomorrow. We see you've already done your maneuver to your sleep attitude, and we'd like for you to load the future maneuver that's shown in your flight plan right now. That's the plus ZLV minus YVV one, and it's the same attitude as called out in your flight plan. You can perform your KU band antenna stow at 9 days and 3 hours. We'd also like for you to give us the IMAX film report sometime around then. And for your RCS ohms heater reconfig on A14, we'd like for you to take the left and right pod heaters, B off and A auto. We'd like for you to repress the right ohms. And we would like to bring up GPC2 into the redundant set. So before you go to sleep, we'd like for you to do the dual G2 GPC ops in the orbit ops checklist, page 4-3. We'd just like to have 2 GPCs up and running tonight to get some time back on it. We'd also like for you to deselect IMU1 before you go to sleep. When you get an opportunity in the next hour or so, we would like you to give us an IMAX report, an L-cubed report. If you have it, the handheld PCG status, and we had asked some questions on message 121 alpha. If you could answer those for us, we would appreciate it. And I guess tell us how AFE worked today, and if you can get it, an SPM readout. For your cryo config, after you've done the auto fuel cell purge, we'd like for you to reconfigure on R1, cryo O2 and H2, tank 2, heaters Alpha and Bravo, all 4 of them off. Tank 3, heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 of those to auto. and manifold valve tank 1, 2 of those to closed, talkback closed. When you're done with using the water, remember to depress the supply water tanks. And of course you got a LIO changeout. And as concerning the LIO box, we would like for you to go ahead and just check for free water, dry it out if there is any, put the box back in and close up the lower equipment bay before you go to bed tonight. The smoke detector that you pulled out before the President's phone call, we'd like for you to leave that out for sleep. We'll be watching, and we don't have any concern about losing that redundancy. And then we'd like for you to take the rest of the day to enjoy yourself. We'll try not to bother you during the last 2.5 or 3 hours before sleep. And you can just rest, look out the window, or get some extra sleep if you want. The Orbit 2 team has enjoyed supporting you and working with the crew throughout the flight, and we're looking forward to the post-flight celebration.
Okay, let me see if I got all this stuff. Okay, we got the messages, 4 messages for the orbit and the 1 flight plan rev, and we'll load the future maneuver. And at 9 plus 9 days, 3 hours, we can do the KU band and give you an IMAX report then. Okay, and we got the OMS pods, heaters. We'll repress the right OMS. We'll bring GPC2 up the redundant set momentarily. Deselect IMU1 before we go to sleep. IMAX L-cubed, handheld PCG, AFE, and SPM reports will be forthcoming. Last thing we do tonight, we'll put the LIO canister back in after we make sure we got everything cleaned up if there is anything, and I doubt it since it's been real dry all day today. We'll leave the sensor circuit breaker out. The cryo configuration after the purge is O2H2, tank 2, 4 of them auto. Excuse me, off, tank 3 to auto, and manifold 1 closed. We will depress the water. And that's about it.
Yeah, that was a good readback, Dan. That's a lot to do, but I'm sure y'all will take care of that pretty soon and have a little free time.
Okay.
And we will be here if you need us.
On behalf of the crew, we'd certainly like to thank the team for the outstanding support they gave us through this mission, because we couldn't have done it without you. And it's been a real team effort. We appreciate your help.
Okay, and we will be here, though, if you need us. And Dan, the flight director says to take the rest of the day off.
Right.
This is Mission Control Houston at 9 days, 2 hours, 53 minutes. Crew of Columbia working in the cabin to prepare the cabin and vehicle for sleep. Crew given a preliminary good night. Flight controllers promising not to bother them for the rest of the day. Let them finish their activities on their own time and spend what time is left to either hit the hay early or enjoy themselves. Coming up at 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, we'll have a television replay of the Flight Day 10 activities. Again, our next NASA Select TV event, a replay of the Flight Day 10 highlights.
And Houston probably will get to the KU storage now, if that's all right yet.
Dan, we'd like to hang on for just a minute if you could. We have a couple more messages we'd like to get up to you before you stow it. Yeah, we're in blockage right now, Dan, and we need just a minute or two, and then we'll give you the go to stow it. Columbia, Houston. Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
And Dan, we've been having some bad comm dropouts. We heard your call on the KU band. We'd like for you to leave it out for long enough for us to get a couple more messages up to you if possible.
Roger, Houston.
And you should have 2 messages coming on board right now. Columbia, Houston, if you got the 2 tags messages, the TRAJ message and your flight plan revision, then you're go to stow the KU band antenna.
Okay, we'll check on it.
And we think we mean it this time.
Okay. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yes, sir. We didn't get any L cubes today. We were concentrating on other things. The SPM is .00 and 0.008 again. Occasionally, as I walk by it, I'll glance at it, without moving it, and it'll be .03. One time it was .07 on the mini-ram, but whenever I move it, it's always .00 and .008.
Okay, we copied.
This is Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers here in the Mission Control Center watching telemetry through the tracking and data relay satellite west now and seeing a number of the pre-sleep activities being performed simultaneously on board by various members of Columbia's crew. The MAX officer reporting that he sees the KU band antenna swung back into position and the gimbal's locked. That's good news. That KU band antenna stowed for the remainder of the flight, as there are no more requirements for high data rate telemetry or voice. The data processing systems officer here reports that she sees the she's the crew configuring CRTs. We see the LIO canister change out in progress. We see the fuel cell auto purge underway. So all the crew members working together to tidy up the vehicle and get the cabin and orbiter systems configured properly for the sleep shift. Crew officially 2 hours and 17 minutes away from start of their scheduled sleep time. The crew's already been given a preliminary good night by flight controllers, and we're going to stay out of their hair, let them finish up the last few housekeeping chores they have on their own time and spend what time they have left to use as they will. And the idea, of course, is all day has been to get ahead of the timeline and let the crew carry the last few hours themselves and hopefully take advantage of the time to get some sleep and be fresh and ready for a deorbit and landing tomorrow. Crew scheduled to be awakened tonight. That's 8:35 p.m. Central Standard Time. After which they'll set about preparing the cabin and their launch and entry suits and seats and flight control systems for a final deorbit and landing at Edwards Air Force Base, California. So while the air-to-ground airwaves are quiet and all is quiet here in the control room, we've got a busy crew on board taking care of business, getting the last few chores of the day done with so that they can spend some time relaxing and hit the hay early. At 9 days, 3 hours, and 44 minutes, this is Mission Control.
Houston, Columbia with a PCG report.
Go ahead, Columbia, we're ready.
Okay, I'll try to answer the questions. We did the PCG-1 deact, and I think you saw me flailing around with some of that. As far as the third tray is concerned, I activated LX2, 3, AX6, HX5 on day 2, and two others I activated, but either the drops blew away or broke. And I activated 5 others on day 4, and I activated the rest on day 6. And I've recorded it all on the camcorder, and I don't have it written down. The only one that I saw crystals growing in was the first one I activated, which was LX2, and it had visible crystals in it. As far as during disturbances, I camcordered some of it during treadmill ops, and the drop doesn't move at all. I camcordered it during our maneuvering on day 4 on our way to get LDEF with all the ohms burned, or the RCS jet burns, and the drops really wiggled on that one. No crystal formations were seen in the chambers during the times of disturbances, and I'm not sure the camcorder can really record what's in there now that I've deactivated PCG1, and there were a fair amount of crystals growing in a few of them, which you cannot see necessarily with a camcorder. The droplets were not dislodged during high activity. The one thing I noticed, and maybe it was because it was out in the cabin, was that the droplets were smaller every day. I think it's the P droplets, the ones that are green, made very small droplets. It looked like solution only came out of one of the syringes and not the other. The other thing that was interesting is watching the mixing of the two solutions when they're different colors, and I mixed each one of the spare tray ones 8 times like you're supposed to on the big tray, and it did not mix right away. After about a day or 2, the color was constant throughout.
Okay, Marcia, thank you very much for the report. That was a good one.
This is Mission Control Houston. At 9 days, 4 hours, and 39 minutes, the flight control team here has just taken a weather briefing from the meteorological group here at the Johnson Space Center. The system that flight controllers have been watching out in the California area has been developing and moving a little slower than expected, bringing some light snow and some fog to that area today. The lake bed is currently wet and not considered usable for landing, but that would not be the prime choice anyway. Plans are to come into Edwards on a concrete runway. Conditions expected to improve dramatically at Edwards this afternoon, providing clear conditions for landing with unlimited visibility and mild winds out of the north at about 5 knots. And there is a slight chance of fog that folks will be watching very carefully. In the Northrop area out of White Sands, New Mexico, there are some thunderstorms developing in the west, which threatens that area for the next day at least. Northrop forecast for landing shows clouds at various levels, broken and scattered, with variable gusts up to 15 knots. Kennedy Space Center, which is not a primary landing site, but an available alternative landing site, is looking pretty good for the next 3 days. Forecast for Saturday for both Edwards and Northrop is very good. Good visibility, manageable winds at both locations. So the weather forecast picture not changing very much over the last 24 hours for the landing period late tonight. We'll be watching weather develop at Edwards throughout the day, expecting it to clear off in the afternoon, providing clear and cold conditions for landing at 2:55 Pacific time. All quiet on the air-to-ground airwaves as the crew of Columbia has already been given a good night. They were thanked for their good work and put to bed early by the Orbit 2 team, giving the crew a chance to spend some additional time as they wish, or just to get an early start on their sleep period in order to get enough rest to be bright and bushy-tailed tomorrow morning to prepare for deorbit and landing. Crew will be waking up tonight about 8:35 p.m. Central Standard Time and beginning to configure the cabin for deorbit. The planning team should be arriving here in about an hour in the flight control room, and we expect a very short, uneventful handover from the Orbit 2 team to the planning shift. Columbia continuing to fly very well, very clean vehicle, no systems anomalies being tracked or watched today or throughout the planning shift tonight. Most of the effort this afternoon will go into preparing all of the entry messages for the crew in the morning, preparing any current condition effects on landing procedures. But all in all, it's going to be a very quiet Thursday. 9 days, 4 hours, and 43 minutes into the flight of Columbia on shuttle mission STS-32. This is Mission Control.
Houston, Columbia, I've got an AFE report for you.
Okay, David, we're listening.
Hi, Tim. I had some AFE done on me this morning when I was in the LB&P, and the other 4 crew members had AFE done throughout the day, everything except the tilt frame.
Okay, we copy, David. Thank you.
Okay, and on the IMAX, once again, clouds and a couple times attitudes ate our lunch. We got a good run this morning down the Congo. It was pretty clear there, and I think that looked pretty good. We got some deforestation in South America this afternoon, and that's pretty much it. We might luck out and see a little something yet before we go to bed, but I'm not counting real heavily on it, so kind of not a great day for it. Actually, the whole mission was kind of rough as far as the weather giving us problems with all the clouds and stuff. And the last thing, we appreciate the little extra time we had, and while we were doing that, we finally got to really take a look at what's all in the food locker and stuff, and rummage around a little bit. While we were doing that, we had pulled together, and here they are. See you tomorrow, Houston.
Okay, Dan, I think we had a comm drop out, and we were getting a really bad radio station during that time. Actually, we're looking forward to the dance routine that goes with that at the post-flight party. Thanks a lot.
See you later.
This is Mission Control Houston, with no idea what that was emanating from the cabin of Columbia at mission elapsed time 9 days, 5 hours, and 36 minutes. Crew's about 20 minutes from formally beginning their sleep shift. Just before that route interruption on the air-to-ground, we got an IMAX report from the crew talking about some good shots they've got down the Congo and of deforestation in the Amazon basin. This is Mission Control. Our next NASA Select television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. That briefing upcoming at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, originating from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. Again, our next NASA Select TV event, a post-shift press briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event is scheduled to be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. That briefing coming up on the hour at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, originating from the Building 2 briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center. Once again, our next television event, a post-shift press briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 7 hours, 10 minutes. Planning team now on station here in the control center for the last evening before landing of Columbia and the end of STS-32. Our next television event will be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. That briefing is scheduled for 2 p.m. Central Standard Time at the Johnson Space Center's newsroom, room 135, building 2. Again, that briefing will be upcoming in about 15 minutes, a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 7 hours, 56 minutes. Our next television event will be a replay of Flight Day 10 activities. That replay is currently scheduled for 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's upcoming in about 30 minutes, and that will occur at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 8 hours, 25 minutes. That replay lasts approximately 13 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be a replay of Flight Day 10 activities. That replay is currently scheduled for 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, or a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 8 hours, 25 minutes. That replay will last for about 13 minutes. And again, that replay is upcoming about 15 minutes from now. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 8 hours, 38 minutes. Columbia now on the descending node of orbit 149. Just passing out into the Pacific Ocean and headed toward daylight as it goes from darkness into daylight. Planning team now settling in for their evening's work of preparing entry messages that will be handed over to the Orbit 1 team later this evening, and final messages and notes to the crew, which will be uplinked via the teleprinter and be on board the vehicle when the crew wakes up 5 hours and 20 minutes from now. Activities planned for the crew when they wake up include pretty much normal operations for entry day. The crew will do an inertial measurement unit align early in the morning, or the crew's early morning. Actually, it will be later this evening at about 9 days, 14 hours, 45 minutes. Also, the crew will deactivate the protein crystal growth part 2 of the experiment. Part 1 was deactivated today, and the crew completed stowing items in the cabin. And the crew will do an cabin air monitoring DTO, detailed test objective, also in their post-sleep activity later tonight. And in preparation for the deorbit burn and landing, they will set up the crew escape pole as per the cue cards in their flight data file. Latest numbers on the time of ignition for the deorbit burn is 3:49 a.m. Central Standard Time, or 1:49 Pacific Standard Time. Landing is still scheduled for approximately 4:55 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's 2:55 on the West Coast. During the evening on the planning shift, we will be hearing from the weather folks and taking a weather briefing and get the latest forecast for the weather around the United States, including Edwards Air Force Base and the prime landing site, which for Columbia will be runway 22, which is the concrete. So everything is going very smoothly and quietly on the planning shift tonight, our final shift. We'll hand over to the Orbit 1 team between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. this evening, and the Orbit 1 team will guide Columbia and the crew home to its landing early tomorrow morning. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 8 hours, 42 minutes, now 5 hours and 17 minutes away from waking the crew. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 8 hours, 52 minutes. Columbia just crossing the equator on the descending node of orbit 149 on its way to a end of mission landing on orbit 158. Flight Dynamics Officer just reported that a new sleep vector was sent up to Columbia and reported that that vector was on board the vehicle and looked good. We're now about 5 hours, 7 minutes away from waking the crew. And with that, the JSC transmission of NASA Select will be interrupted shortly so that the Landsat folks can do a data dump, and they'll use the satellite until approximately 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, at which time we will be back with NASA Select on SATCOM F2R transponder 13. In that event, the next transmission may be non-standard. This is Mission Control Houston, now about 45 seconds away from losing signal with Columbia through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite East on the ascending node of orbit 150. All continuing to go very smoothly and quietly here on the planning shift of the STS-32 mission. This will be the last planning shift since Columbia is scheduled to touch down at Edwards early tomorrow morning. We're now about 4 hours away from waking the crew to begin Flight Day 11 activities. And those activities will primarily be configuring for final deorbit and landing. This loss of signal period through the eastern satellite will last for about 6.5 minutes before acquiring signal through the western satellite. Columbia and its crew of 5 yesterday officially passed the mark for the second longest shuttle mission to date. The longest mission was STS-9 back in 1983. That also was Columbia on the STS-9 mission, the first Space Lab mission. That mission lasted for 10 days, 7 hours. If Columbia touches down on time tomorrow morning, the mission duration will be approximately 9 days, 22 hours, 19 minutes. Now 5 minutes, 10 seconds away from acquiring signal through the western satellite, and 3 hours, 59 minutes from waking the crew. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. We have lost signal with Columbia through the eastern satellite and will acquire signal in 7 minutes on the west. All going very quietly and very smoothly on the planning shift this evening. No problems at all being worked. Final messages and inputs to the flight plan for the crew are in work and being reviewed by the team. Still headed toward a nominal end of mission on the ascending node of orbit 158 with a landing at Edwards at approximately 4:55 a.m. Central Standard Time. The planning team will hand over to the Orbit 1 team, or the entry team in this case, beginning at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Central Standard Time this evening. And that handover will take approximately an hour, and then the entry team will take over and bring Columbia home. Again, all continues to go very smoothly on the team this evening. No anomalies or problems being worked whatsoever. The vehicle is in very good shape. Crew is sleeping and will wake up in about 2 hours and 23 minutes. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 11 hours, 36 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 11 hours, 56 minutes. NASA Select now originating from the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. Columbia now on the descending node of orbit 151, heading out over north of Australia, just about over New Guinea. All has gone extremely smoothly here on the planning shift this evening. Expected to be our last shift of the mission, as the entry team will come in at 8:30 and take handover for 1 hour and take control of the flight and bring Columbia home on orbit 157 with a landing on orbit 158 at Edwards at approximately 4:55 a.m. Central Standard Time Friday morning. No anomalies or problems at all being worked here in the control center. Routine review of messages and final inputs to the flight plan changes for the crew when they wake up, now about 2 hours and 2 minutes away. Once awake, the crew will perform their normal duties as on every shuttle mission on entry day, which includes unstowing their seats and putting them out for entry, and also setting up the crew escape pole for the entry phase of the flight. So everything continues to go very smoothly on the shift this evening. We're now 2 hours and 1 minute away from waking the crew at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 11 hours, 58 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be a replay of Flight Day 10 activities. That replay lasts for about 13 minutes and will occur at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening. That will occur at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 12 hours, 55 minutes. Again, a replay of Flight Day 10 activities will occur at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, or a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 12 hours, 55 minutes. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 12 hours, 25 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be a replay of Flight Day 10 activities. That replay is upcoming in about 15 minutes at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time and will last for approximately 13 minutes. Again, a replay of Flight Day 10 activities is scheduled for 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, and that replay will last for about 13 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be a replay of Flight Day 10 activities. That replay is coming up in about 5 minutes at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Again, a replay of Flight Day 10 activities, and that replay is scheduled to run 13 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 13 hours, 50 minutes. Columbia now out over the South Pacific Ocean on the descending node of orbit 152. Headed for a landing tomorrow morning at Edwards Air Force Base on the ascending orbit of 158. The latest numbers on Columbia's deorbit burn are that will occur at 9 days, 21 hours, 14 minutes, or 3:49 a.m. Central Standard Time, 1:49 Pacific Standard Time. That will lead to a landing on runway 22 concrete at 9 days, 22 hours, 19 minutes, or 4:55 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's 2:55 Pacific Standard Time. The latest weather forecast for the Edwards Air Force Base area is the forecast calls for ceilings and visibility at the flight rule limits, which is 8,000 feet broken clouds with an occasional 8,000 foot scattered clouds. There is an occasional chance of the visibility falling below the flight rule limits due to fog in the area. However, that will be a real-time call as to the situation with fog. All of the Edwards lakebed runways are no-go due to standing water. Runway 22, the concrete, is go with all visual landing aids and nav aids in working order. Backup landing sites Northrop and KSC are both forecast to be no-go due to visibility at landing time. We're now about 7.5 minutes away from waking the crew. The crew wake-up will occur at 8:35 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening. That translates to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 14 hours. Again, crew wake-up, standing by for that. That will occur about 7 minutes, 10 seconds from now.